Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
As I take you through some few housekeeping rules, it's always good to start there so that we can have a smooth event. So this is going to be very simple. First of all, we are beginning this event like 20 minutes late. So the very first rule that I would like all of us to collaborate and cooperate on is to keep time. We're going to be having speakers who will take to the podium to share with us their insights and remarks based on the report that you're going to be launching today. I'm kindly just requesting that each and every person will stick to the times that we will be allocating each speaker. And in case you arrived and you failed to register, or probably you missed registering yourself at the secretariat desk there, you can find time and do that. We also want you to consent because this is a public event and we want whatever we are going to be discussing in this room to reach to the entire nation and the world. So we may share photos and some content of what you're going to discuss here out there. So we'd like you to consent, because we are in the era of data protection and data privacy, that you're okay with us sharing those photos and whatever content that you're going to share with us here. And because we've had breakfast and we are going to have lunch, we will need the essential facilities. So for the ladies and gentlemen, that's an important point, right? So on the left side, just straight ahead, there's a reception, and just next to that reception, you'll find the essential rooms there. You can powder, you can do whatever, make a call, hapo kando. For the gentlemen, you're lucky, there's another one just next to the restaurant in front of us. You can utilize that. The Wi-Fi password, I think they are all over the room in case you need to connect yourself. And we will also have a Q&A session later. And this is where I like to emphasize on the timekeeping, because we don't want to have too many questions with little time to respond. So as the speakers will be making their remarks on the podium, I'll request that in case you have any point or any question that comes into your mind at that moment, write it down, because in my line of work as a journalist, I find it usually very easier. If the question is precise and to the point, you get the response easier as opposed to if you beat around the bush. So are we together? So you write those questions down so that when we come to the Q&A, the questions are precise and directed to an individual. So we also, I'll be requesting the speakers, if you see me standing, I'm signaling you to wind up. If you see me walking towards the podium, that's me telling you to finalize your remarks so that we help each other in maintaining the timelines that we have. And of course, we'll have a health break later, and we will also have, a moment to interact and network during the power lunch. So don't leave until we tell you to do that. Are we together? All right, so those are my simple housekeeping rules. And in case of anything, we will, of course, be updating you as we continue. So I'd like us at this particular juncture to know who is in the room. And before we get an opportunity to say hi to each other, let me just recognize the presence of one of our key speakers who arrived, and she's in the room with us. Her name is Dr. Purity Ngina. She's the CEO of the National Gender and Equality Commission. You've seen her already raising her hand there. You'll have an opportunity to listen to what she has to say. A woman of many firsts. She was among the youngest PhD holders, in our country, being a woman. And today we are talking about girls and women and the challenges and access to education. Her story is quite inspiring. We are also expecting Mheshimiwa Senator Peris Tobiko. She's also our key guest. she should be joining us as we continue to have this very important discussion. We have in the room already Mr. Nicholas Muasia, the National Executive Secretary of the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops. Already with us is Mr. Jotham Kamau, the Deputy Director, State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, representing the Principal Secretary of the Ministry of Gender. We have Dr. Barasa Maende from the Jomo Kenyatta Foundation, and Dr. Peter Kirika from the Ministry of Education ready with us here this morning. And of course, institutions represented, we have Kenya Primary School Heads Association and the National Council of Churches in Kenya. And of course, we have others. I'll be acknowledging each and every person as we continue with this important event. But for now, for security reasons, I want us to stand up and get to know the person seated next to you, interact, stretch, feel energized. I want us to do it this standing, because if we sit, we're going to lose the energy. It's for security reasons. I want you to stand and interact with the person next to you. I may just surprise you to ask you who your neighbor is. Say hi. Okay. Okay. I like what is happening. All right. I like what's happening. All right. Let me just take two people. What's her name and where does she work?
I've had the privilege of meeting Dr. Winnie, and she works at the Technical University. Yeah.
All right. Let me go here. What's his name and where does he work?
He's Professor Aluko Orodho, working at Kenyatta University.
All right. Help me acknowledge Prof. Yeah? And the lovely lady here. I would have wanted to do that to all of us, but that's proof enough that you have delivered on the assignment, so you may have your seat. Thank you so much. All right. So there will be a networking lunch, and I believe this is the moment we're going to be taking advantage of utilizing the people we are meeting here, because we will realize that the findings of this report that we are launching today cannot help us as a country to change the narrative about access to education for girls if we do not all bring in our efforts together with the different institutions that we are representing. And we have a representation from the academic institutions in the room. If you're from the academic institution, just raise your hand. I just want to acknowledge who we have, and also have, yes, we also have representation from the civil society groups. If you're from any, yes. And then we have from government as well, stakeholders from the government. If you're, okay, there. We have teachers and parents association. If you represent this very important stakeholders, wazazi na walimu, there. We are there. We have religious organizations in the room. If you're from a religious, all right. So we have also partners. We have trainers who have supported in coming up with the data. If you are a partner, a trainer in the room, anyone? Any partner on what is happening here today? I'll just remove you from your spaces as we continue. And of course, we have the lovely Usawa Agenda Secretariat right there. And Usawa Agenda has done what has brought us all here today. And this is to launch the gender report for the year 2024. And actually, this is the first such report in our country. That for me really stood out because it's going to form the basis. Yes, let's appreciate, because nobody has ever taken their time and resources to be able to actually focus on this very important agenda. This is a report that is going to inform future reports that are going to be done on matters gender and education. So what Usawa agenda has done is to sort of like pave the way for a very important conversation that we should be having as a country. And when I talk about the report, it's asking a pertinent question. So what is the state of gender relations transformation in our basic education? I don't want to preempt what the knowledgeable speakers will be sharing with us today, but just to set the pace on why we are here. If you look at the patterns, especially if you exist in a patriarchal society such as the one we live in, the higher you go, the fewer women you see. Is that true? Or it's just happening in my world? Where I come from. The higher you go, the fewer women you see, right? Even if you look at the leadership in different companies, in boards, the higher you go in the ranks of the leadership positions, the fewer women. I'm not saying women are not there, but you're seeing fewer and fewer women, right? Even in politics, it has been a conversation. Women lack the opportunities to be able to vie for these positions. That's why the choice of our guest speaker, one of the guest speakers we have today it was not a coincidence or an accident. It's somebody who actually beat the odds to be able to sit where she's sitting today. And of course, if you look at the connection between why we are having so little women at the higher ranks, it's because what have we done from when they are starting as they grow? How are we equipping them? How are we giving them spaces to be able to have the competitive advantage to get to the top leadership positions? If you look at what the report that has been done, in the initial or early stages of education, girls seems to be doing better, but when it gets to secondary school, that's where you begin to see the girls performing poorly and getting lost. The transition from primary to secondary, there is a problem there. You begin to see like the population of girls becoming smaller and smaller as you continue. And I believe these are the issues that we need to talk about. Where are our girls? That is the pertinent question that we need to be asking ourselves. So as you sit here, as you will be listening to the remarks that are will be shared here, I want you to look at the gaps that you can be able to identify as a stakeholder and get to jog your mind on some of the recommendations that you can share with your fellow stakeholders on how to push this agenda forward. The key thing is, if we are pushing for gender equality, then it has to start from gender transformative education. And that is why we are all here. So right now, I'd like to invite a gentleman who's going to open up this forum and help us understand the depth of why we are sitting in this room this morning. And I'm talking about somebody who has a passion for education justice, has done a lot of research on matters education, and he's actually the executive director of Usawa Agenda, Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa, and the brain behind the team that really worked on this report that we are launching today. Let's appreciate him as he takes to the podium to give us his opening remarks.
Good morning. Let me just start by saying I'm happy to see all of you. Glad that in a very short 3 or 4 days, you got the invitation and you took time to come. We were not so organized from our end, unlike what Safin had just said. We were so disorganized in the sense that we sent out invitations very late for this event. We have to own up to that shortcoming, and then appreciate that even with that shortcoming, you have helped us to cover up. You know, they say success covers all the failures. So now that you are here and the event is going to be successful, our failures are covered, and we thank you for helping us cover that. My task is very simple, to welcome you to this event, and then to explain briefly what it is that we are up to with this event. And I'll be as brief as I can so that we redeem the time we lost. If you look at the program, we have set aside time for discussion today because we want to spend most of that time in the discussions. And we will have a few people making remarks, but we want to spend more time discussing because we are all on a learning journey. We don't have all the answers to the issues affecting gender in education. So we want to hear, especially from those who are practicing in the field. A few things I want to mention. First, what do we mean by education justice as our agenda? We promote education justice, but what is it? We understand it to be a state of affairs where the society secures for every child what a wise parent desires for his or her own children. So that is where we come from. We have agreed that education is a public good, and that is important for the country, for the globe, that every child gets a good quality education. If we agree that that is the case, then it requires that as a society, we try to secure for every child what a wise parent desires for his or her own child. Have we reached there? If we reflect as a society, can we say every child has access to the quality of education that a wise parent desires for his or her own children? We will see that we are making efforts, but we still have gaps that we have to fill. And I think that that is the challenge we face. Specifically today, we are here to talk about gender in education. And how did we come to this point? As we know, we collect a lot of data from households, from primary schools, from secondary schools, and we produce reports. And we produced, between January and now, this is our 11th report that we are producing and launching. We produced the Foundational Literacy and Numeracy Assessment report, a national report that we launched in March, I think. Then we produced the secondary school survey report. Then we produced 8 regional foundational literacy and numeracy assessment reports for each one of our 8 regions in the country. And now this one. How did we decide that we need a gender report? Because when we look at the other reports they're showing, especially the foundational literacy and numeracy one, is showing that now we have more girls enrolled in school than boys. Yeah. And if you look at the out-of-school children, now a majority of them are boys, not girls. And we realize that that could easily make people have been investing a lot of efforts and resources in getting girls to go to school, to think that their task is done, and start to relax and think we have achieved. But there is still a lot of gaps that we need to fill, which this report is going to try to dig into, to tell us that it is one thing to get girls into school, it's another thing to get them to be educated and to get them to achieve their full potential as full members of the society we call Kenya. We are going to try and dig deeper into that. It is also going to be telling us the point that Safin has pointed out to, that yes, at lower levels we are seeing more girls in school than boys, but as you go up the ladder, things start to change. And so it's a moment to ask what is happening along the chain that is getting our girls drop along the way and not get to the top where they deserve to be. We invite you to engage with us on this. It's going to be an interesting discussion. To start to ask, yes, we have girls in school. What kind of education are we giving them? What kind of role models have we put in the education system to inspire them to get to where their potential can allow them to get? And with those kinds of role models, what support systems are there in the institutions that we have put in place to actually make these girls achieve their full potential. Because for as long as the girls have not achieved their full potential, then the society is not achieving its full potential. Because you have 50% of your team not playing in a match. I remember, I think it is Obama who talked about that, which team will go to the field and put half of their players out of the match and still hope to win. If you are a country, how are you going to win with 50% of your team not playing? Or at least not playing to their full potential. So this is where we are at. We have invited guests from the diversity of our sectors, and we are glad that they are here. We are glad that we have the State Department of Gender here. We are glad that we have the National Gender and Equality Commission here. We are glad that we have the National Parents Association here. We have Kenya Primary School Heads Association here. We have the academia here. We have civil society organizations here. And importantly, we have representation from the two topmost faith-based institutions in the country in the name of the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops and NCCK. We are going to see in the report that if you want to educate girls in this country, you better work with the faith-based organizations. Why? Because they are the ones sponsoring majority of the girls' schools that are established in this country. They are sponsored by the faith-based organizations. So it means that it is these institutions that have been at the forefront in championing girls' education. So we are glad that they are both represented here, and they will share a few remarks with us, especially tell us why they think girls' education is important, because the report will be showing us that they have invested a lot in developing girls' schools that we have in this country. So again, welcome. Please, as much as you can, take time to interact here. We would still have done this online, yeah, and not had to come to a hotel, but we come to the hotel because we want to network. We want to interact with each other and share lessons that we are learning from wherever we are. We are all in different places doing different things to achieve the same goal. Let us share those lessons through the interactions that this opportunity offers us. And please don't hold back. If there is anyone you have not met, please meet him or her here. Ask them one or two questions, at least to get the contact and get the conversation going. I think I have seen Safin stand, meaning my time is up, and I will not continue to speak anymore. But if she allows me, I will maybe go ahead and invite Mr. Mwasia, because I think that is what you're going to do, Safin. And Mr. Mwasia, you have a few minutes, because I know he's a man of very few words, and then we will go to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. God is good all the time. We were challenged by the MC that with the very good breakfast. Think we should be lively. Again, what we are discussing is so dear to us. So let me start by sincerely appreciating the invitation and the convening by Usawa Gender for this very important discussion. As we've been told, my name is Nicholas Mwasia, working with the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops in the Commission for Education and Religious Education. Let me start by stating that I'm a trained teacher. So whatever we are discussing have some bit of insights around the practical bit in our schools. So thank you, Sawa Gender, again for the periodic reports you are giving us. And my challenge is to all of us as stakeholders that these reports are supposed to inform our decisions and our programs. As he has rightly said, the trends are changing day in and day out. And as people who are interested and engaged in education, we need to continue looking at the current trends in education and see what needs to be done. Allow me to ask each one of us that whether we know that the education system in Kenya continues changing depending on the circumstances prevailing, and this is not uniform in all the regions. I like what he has said about our interest as the Catholic Church in the girl child education. And this is informed by what God told us when he created us, that we were created equal, men and women. So God did not create any gender which is superior. And this is why now we should be asking ourselves, if God created us equal, then why are we bringing in inequality in our education system? Could it be the stereotypes we have grown up with? And I keep on asking myself, why is it that every time you go to an institution, you find a specific gender at the reception? If you take your car to be fixed, I don't know how often we find an equal number of ladies and gentlemen participating. And you see, these are the things which are making us, even in the education system, seem to disorient our learners and bring them to inequality. As we continue discussing about this gender and in education, it is also important that we ask ourselves whether it is high time we stopped the issue about concentrating on a specific gender, maybe what we are calling empowerment. Because very soon we may concentrate on one gender. I don't want to go specific to one gender, but I'm thinking of an idea where we need to balance the way we look at things. That we don't want to enable one gender at the expense of the other. It is good that we continue lifting them, but I think we should also look at what are the dangers which are coming in. And because our time is limited, I noted that from my teaching experience, there's a certain trend which is coming up, that the girls are more enthusiastic about education compared to the boys. The threats which are facing the girls and the boys in terms of access and also retention in high schools, because I'm a secondary school teacher, is almost the same. Previously, we used to talk about the pregnancies and all that, but there's another pregnancy which has cropped up for the boys in specific areas called boda and drugs and substance abuse. Very soon, we may find that we are concentrating on the girls and they will have nobody to marry them, or they will decide not to be married because they don't have anybody to marry them. So it is important as we interact with this report from USAWA that we look at the emerging trends and then we open our eyes and ask ourselves where we have achieved, how do we sustain these benefits? How do we sustain the numbers and the trends which look like positive as we address the ones which are negative? Then as stakeholders involved in education, I think it is high time that we started complementing each other and looking at the strengths, the type of information, the data, and the programs which exist in various organizations. I'm told we are different organizations here, all involved in education. But how much do we sit down together and share what we have and what we are doing? Specifically, the Catholic Church is so concerned about the girl child, and especially in the marginalized areas, because these are people, unless we help to come up, they will always believe fate has delegated them to the status they are in. So what are you doing in your organization? What is KCCB doing? What is NCCK doing? And can we tap on the strengths and the programs irrespective of whether they are coming from NGOs or they are from the government. We need to support each other because we are talking about the same education system. We are talking about the same child. I really want to say again, thank you so much for the invitation. And my hope and prayer is that as we engage, as we get these reports, let's analyze them as organizations. And if possible, we share. I hope Usawa and the Ministry of Education can coordinate us, that from this report we look at what is it which is coming out so clearly, excuse me, and what can we do as institutions. We bring our ideas together so that this does not just become another convening. Otherwise, thank you so much, and may God bless us.
Thank you so much. Help me appreciate him. Thank you so much. That's a very powerful way of putting it across. And just to appreciate the fact that this is a hybrid event, and we have participants who are joining us virtually. Also allow me to take this moment to invite them on this particular important conversation we are having. Those who could not make it here physically, but have been able to take time to join us virtually. So it's a hybrid event, so take note as you address us. Also, there are people who are following your remarks online. And just quickly to appreciate those who've already joined us, I said I'll be doing this as we continue with the program so that you know who is in the room. We have Dr. John Mugo, one of our guests. He's the Executive Director, Zizi Afrique Foundation. We have with us in the room also Echidna Giving and Porticus. These are the funders. Have played a very pivotal role in getting this work to where it has gotten today. We have with us Silas Obohatsa, the chairman of the National Parents Association, and other civil society organizations, PAL Network, Collaborative Center for Gender and Development. We have Aga Khan University represented, Kenyatta University represented, and I'll be acknowledging more as we continue, and also institutions like the Kenya Institute of Special Education, Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, and of course, Professor John Orodho, Women Economic Empowerment Hub, Kenyatta University. If I had time, I would be clapping for each and every one of you, but you know that we really appreciate you creating time to be here. But let's do a general, let's clap for, yeah, just so I insist. All right, so now I want to invite Pastor Susie Ndanyi. She's the Deputy Secretary General of the NCCK. Karibu sana, just to also make your remarks.
Na wasalimu asubuhi leo, hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. Yeah, that's a confirmation that I'm a pastor. Pastor Susie. Pastor Susie Ndanyi. I am the Deputy General Secretary at the National Council Churches of Kenya. This is, yes, first I need to say I'm excited to be here. I have a mandate from my General Secretary, that is Canon Chris. Our takeaway here as the National Council of Churches is to get the data. Our interest is to see the emerging trends that USAWA has come up with. As the National Council of Churches of Kenya, our interest is in advocacy, especially in the value-based education of the child. Just like we partner also with the Catholics in providing education for the child in the marginalized areas, especially in the rural areas. We have a presence through our churches, and that is how we are able to reach the children. Our interest, again, as we have been seeing the trends, we have a data scientist as one of our staff. And before we saw the young people on the streets and what they were doing, we had already seen that trend. And of what interest to us would be the ladies who are speaking up. And we saw the young girls speaking up and advocating for their rights. And this for us is a good thing because now women are speaking up. It's not only women that we are interested in, but as we know our country, as we know, we are in a patriarchal society. We are saying this is a good trend. And even the example that NCCK has given, this is the first time in over 100 years we're having a lady almost at the helm. We are still to get there. So pray for me. Hopefully I get there. So it's not about me, it's about the young girls. So we are saying as NCCK, what we bring on the table is the ethics in education. Ethics-based education is what we advocate for as from the Christian perspective. We are in 47 countries, counties. We have numerous schools all across, as I had said. And for us, the interest is in bringing a wholesome youth for a wholesome society so that they can be resilient as they work, as they come up in the spaces. So if we tap into the ethics, both for the child and even for the teachers, bringing up a curriculum that is value-based, in that way then we'll be able to address almost 80% of the issues that bedevil this country. And so we lean into the ethics part, and we are saying, let's work together on the value-based education for our young people. What we have done so far is quite a lot, but just in a nutshell, we are now picking up young children from the universities, from colleges, as interns we are partnering with an organization called Focus, that is a Christian unions, and we are bringing them into our workspaces, and we can work with them. That way then we are able to harness that talent and hopefully push it to the very top. And we'll start seeing changes at the very top in the organizations, bringing in more of the girl child as they come up. And so, yes, we have the early marriages, female genital mutilations that we advocate against. And those are some of the things, again, that reduce the number of the girl child coming up. I don't want to assume that to be seen that it is only the girl child that we are interested in, but the wholesome youth for a wholesome society is where our strength in, and our interest is to advocate for what we believe will push this country forward. So I'm really interested to see this report and push it forward and see if we can merge it within our tenets as NCCK and help us to move forward. So may God bless us all. Thank you.
Better clap for Pastor Susie for the great work that you do. Just to speak about vices, I was inspired when I heard about that fight against female genital mutilation and early marriage, because these are some of the bottlenecks that you will realize usually take the girls off the system. We are here asking, where are the girls? And this is where some of them get lost. I'd like to give us now a chance to sink deep into this report. And I'm going to invite someone from Usawa Agenda shortly, but as I do that, let me request the Secretariat to help me distribute the report that we are launching today, because we want to look at the key highlights of this piece of document. And it would be prudent that as the presenter and the speaker will be taking us through the key highlights, you also have a copy. So somebody will be distributing that is happening, so that you can look at how this was done. It is a research that started last year in around June, July, and the team went to the entire country just to get the national face of the crisis that we are talking about. They worked, of course, with a network of ground soldiers, volunteers from different communities. There were trainers who could capacity build, those who went ahead to gather the information. There were over, across all the counties, we will be told the numbers of the team that worked just to bring this, into full fruition. But as I was looking at the report, one thing that stood out for me was the fact that in as much as we have the enrollment of girls higher than boys, when it comes to households that are headed by somebody who at least has a diploma or a degree, the enrollment of girls is actually less. You would wonder, these are the people who should know better If you've gone to school, you should know the value of education and why girls need to go to school. But one key thing is the fact that the households where you'd find that they're headed by people who've gone to school, the girls who went to school in that category were less. I'd like to invite Carol Onsomu. Carol is from Usawa. She's the Senior Program Officer in charge of data and evidence, to run us through the key highlights of the report. We are talking about what is the state of gender relations transformation in our basic education. Her presentation is going to answer that question. Let's give her a round of applause as we appreciate her. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. All protocols observed. Good morning. Okay, I'm going to be taking us through the report. And as it has been constantly said, this report will look deeper into the gender gaps in our basic education system. But now I'll start with just saying what Usawa Gender Organization is all about. We are a non-profit organization registered in Kenya. And Usawa is not an acronym. It is just the English version of Usawa is equity. So we focus on equity in the education space. We grew out of an organization called Twaweza, that was in 10 years of existence, still ongoing, but branched out as Usawa Agenda to just focus on education justice. Moving forward to what the previous speakers have really emphasized about, we can see two trees in the screen, and you can note some difference. So the roots signify our children, and these children are coming from very different backgrounds with various characteristics, with different cultures, all which affect their learning outcomes. And they get into the education system, which is what we can see in the trunk. And dependent on the quality of the education system, then we can see the learning outcomes, the long-term human capital outcomes as the branches up there. So the current state of education is that there's some gaps in our education system, and this makes it not just. And the fact that it's not just, you'll find the highest bidder gets the best education, and that is represented by the green leaves, and the other colors are those who are either left behind. But what is desired is the tree we can see on our right, where all children get equal education, quality education for long-term sustainable growth in the country. Our approaches and how we work, it's through research and assessments. So we carry out surveys, secondary school surveys. We carry out foundational learning assessments. We also communicate and engage. The findings that we get from this data, we get to engage at the national level, what we are doing right now, as well as at the subnational level and at the community level. Then we carry a lot of coalition building, and moving on to how we conducted the survey that brought, or rather gave birth to this report. In July 2023, we visited 1,953 villages across all the counties. We interviewed 38,634 household heads and assessed 39,298 children aged 6 to 15 years. So that's the primary school age bracket. And we visited 1,813 primary schools and 1,317 secondary schools, both of public and private school types. We interviewed all the school heads and principals and collected KCSE results and entry marks for the 2022 KCSE candidates. So all this was done to answer one question: what is the state of gender relations transformation in our basic education system? So also looking into the policies that are currently existent in our education space, we have the education and training sector policy, Gender Policy 2015. And the key policy statements that we want to just shine a light upon is the statement number 1.1, expand access to a gender-sensitive and responsive quality education. Then the policy statement 3.1, provide equitable resources, opportunities, and participation for all learners regardless of age, gender, culture, and disability. Then the policy statement 7.2, enhancing gender equality and gender responsiveness in governance, management, and research in the education sector. And lastly, policy statement number 7.8, to ensure gender balance in deployment of teachers and instructions at all levels. So the main question we want to ask ourselves are these policies being implemented? And the evidence we are about to present, the key findings we are about to present, are going to show us whether this is actually happening, whether the policies are being implemented. So to start off with access to school, allow me to skip this section because it has been really highlighted by the previous speakers. We have 16% of our children, I'll kindly request, thank you so much, 16% of our children of ECD level or preschool level were out of school, as compared to 7.9% of children who are out of school at the primary school level, and more boys of school-going age were out of school than girls, if you can see from the evidence we have here. Then just looking at the household head, the gender of the household head, it was interesting to get evidence from our data that children who were out of school were more prominent in female-headed households at 0.7% more times, or at a higher likelihood as compared to their male counterparts. The percentage of the boys who are out of school in female-headed households was much higher. If you can compare there, you can see 10.4% against 8.9% in the male-headed households. Then proceeding to look at the education level of the household head and how significant this is in a child's learning outcomes. 19.9% of the school-aged children in households headed by adults without formal education was higher. So the more boys than girls out of school, except in household headed by persons who hold a diploma or university degree. So you can see that in most of the households where the household head had either a primary, secondary qualification and a post-secondary certificate, the girls were more out of school as compared to the boys. And for those with no formal education, 19.9% of the school-aged children were out of school. Now, looking at the schooling status of children with disabilities by gender and form of disability, we had children with disabilities, for instance, 20% 20.2% of children with any form. So this is the last section of the graph, all the forms of disability. You can see that 20.2% of them were out of school. And this is a bit expected because they face several challenges which limit either their access to education and also their how the pedagogical approaches are applied in their learning. So girls with mental health challenges were most likely to drop out of school than the boys, as well as the boys with albinism were more out of school as compared to their counterpart who were girls. We looked into the school factors and the learning environment, where we sampled several secondary schools, and from the sample that we got, a huge percentage, 71%, were mixed schools, 12% were boys' schools, and 17% were girls' schools. So out of the larger sampled schools, which were mixed secondary schools, you can see that only a small percentage, 20.2%, were over 30 years old. And why are we looking at the age of the school? Because this matters in different perspectives. In terms of community and social integration, so if a school is older, parents are more likely to trust the school and enroll their children in such schools. When you look at the quality of learning and infrastructures, older schools might tend to have older facilities. When you look at the teaching approaches, older schools tend to incorporate innovations in a slow pace as compared to the new schools. As well as the older schools also have some positives where the community and social integration gives them a higher notch as compared to the newer schools, which parents will take time to enroll their students into. Then looking at the boys' schools, 75.5% of the surveyed boys' schools, secondary schools, were over 30 years as compared to the girls, which were at only 37.7%. Now looking at the percentage and distribution of the surveyed secondary schools by gender and sponsorship status, as it had been mentioned earlier by our speakers, most schools generally are affiliated to religious institutions, and more girls' secondary schools are affiliated at 72.6% as compared to boys' secondary schools at 67.2%, and mixed schools, secondary schools at 68.7%. Why is this important to look into? This is because schools affiliated with religious institutions not only focus on the cognitive and non-cognitive aspects of learning, but also at the value-based and moral-based education aspects. Now, looking into the percentage of secondary schools offering computer lessons by gender, you can see that the boys' secondary schools were almost 10% more likely to be offering computer lessons than the girls' secondary schools. The boys' secondary schools were almost 3 times as likely as mixed secondary schools to be offering computer lessons. You can see that difference of 63.3% for the boys' schools against just a mere 24% for the mixed schools, and 53.3% for the girls' schools. So the question here would be, why are we limiting access to our students, especially in mixed secondary schools and girls' secondary schools, from uptaking the computer lessons? And also given the changing work environment in the labor market, which is more towards the technological side. Now looking at the percentage of distribution of secondary schools by the number of subjects taught and examined at the KCSE level and gender, I'll focus on the bands that are purple, red, and brown. You can see for the boys' schools, the cumulative of the purple, red, and yellow bands, purple, red, and brown bands is higher. So that's a bigger percentage at 64%, 64.6%. And this means that boys' schools are being given more options and more examinable subjects, which is equivalent to more career options in the long run, as compared to girls' secondary schools and the mixed secondary schools. So it will be good to engage after this and understand why this is the case. Looking at the percentage of secondary schools with facilities, specifically laboratories, we can see that significantly for boys' schools, they have a higher percentage of these facilities. So I'll pick a few. For instance, chemistry laboratories. Boys have 61.5% of boys' secondary schools have chemistry labs, as compared to girls' secondary schools, which only have 42%. And the mixed secondary schools have a very low representation of chemistry laboratories at 20.6%, as well as for biology, 51.3% for boys' schools compared to 35.7% of biology laboratories in girls' schools. And you can see quite a disparity there, 12.3% for mixed secondary schools, which is almost the same across all the other laboratory facilities, except for one outstanding laboratory, which is the shared multipurpose, where the mixed schools have a good representation of these laboratories at 75.9%, as compared to now the boys' schools at 65%. Proceeding to the learning conditions. A higher percentage of the boys in secondary schools, that is at 63.5%, had functional libraries compared to girls' secondary schools, and 25.6% of mixed secondary schools had libraries. Then see that for boys' schools,
recording in progress. Yes.
Okay, we can see that for most of the boys' schools, the class sizes are consistently smaller as compared to girls' secondary schools and the mixed secondary schools. So there's need to look into that as well. Looking at now the teacher management and school management situations in our education system, we can see that at the primary level, there is no gender parity. Where, fine, we have the primary school teachers, especially for the women, or rather the female teachers, having a good representation at 56.6%. But when we go into head teachers and the board of managers, board of management, we have a very low representation of females. And looking as well as at the distribution of, or rather at gender parity at the secondary schools, we see a similar case where where more men than women teach in secondary schools, and women are very underrepresented in management of these schools, except for girls' schools where women were 66.7% of the school heads, so we had that one outstanding finding. And in the girls' schools, only 28.4% of their board of management were chairpersons. Board of management or chairpersons were women. So those were interesting findings from our survey and from the data. Now, looking at the average number of teachers per KCSE examined subjects by gender, we have boys secondary schools having a higher average of teachers at 4.2%, at 4.2. So that's an average of 4 teachers as compared to girls where they had 3 teachers, 3.6, and mixed secondary schools had an average number of 2.6. If we round it off, that's 3 teachers respectively. So still there's that gender gap in the in education. Now, looking at the school health and safety matters, 60.7% of the boys' secondary schools had peer counseling services for teachers compared to 52.1% of girls' schools and 42.6% of mixed secondary schools. So this is a very important aspect in our schools, and to just make sure that safety is maintained and school health is prioritized for our children to achieve their learning outcomes. More boys' secondary schools, that is at 85.3%, had medical personnel than girls at girls' secondary school, which was at 55.6%, which is quite a disparity. Then more boys' secondary schools, that is 57.2% of them, had other staff trained for first aid, other than girls' secondary schools at 50.9%. Looking at menstrual hygiene matters, 81.7% of public and 46.6% of private primary schools provided girls with sanitary towels. Now, 56.1% of the public and 69.1% of the private primary schools provided girls with sanitary towels, disposal facilities. And only 23.9% of public and 47% of private primary schools provide girls with bath changing room facilities. So there's also need to look at that. Nationally, 77.1%, 57.8%, and 27% of primary schools provide girls with sanitary towels, disposal facilities, and bath changing rooms facilities, respectively. So these were findings from our survey. Looking into the percentage of distribution of secondary schools by cleaners and school gender, we found out that more girls than the boys, that is 81.2% and 65.7% respectively, in secondary schools were cleaned by learners. So these were for the girls' secondary schools as compared to the boys' secondary schools. So you can see girls clean these school facilities for themselves more often as compared to the boys' secondary schools. Then 30.8% of the boys' schools were cleaned by school employers, which is more than twice the percentage of girls' schools at 15.3% cleaned by school employees. So could this be an issue of cultural norms that we are so used to girls, you know, being the ones in the kitchen, being the ones to do laundry, so we are taking it into our schools. Looking at the percentage of boarding secondary schools that adhere to safety guidelines on spacing of students' beds in the dormitories by school gender. So this is more looking into the school safety measures. We had only 40.5% of the surveyed boarding secondary schools reporting adhering to these safety guidelines. So you find only 40.5%. If those are the only schools that are adhering to these safety guidelines, we have a huge percentage who are cramping up the dormitories. And so in case of what we saw recently, the school fires, there is no exit. The children taught how to act during a fire. Do they undertake fire drills? So there's need to look into all that and action accordingly. Only 29.9% of the mixed secondary schools reported adhering to the safety guidelines on spacing students' beds in their dormitories. Now, nationally, boys' schools had the highest level of adherence. So it's very interesting to see that the boys' secondary schools are leading in these safety, school safety guidelines and measures. So we'll need to discuss more to see what needs to be done after this. Then looking at the percentage of children aged 4 to 15 years that reported sexual violation by gender and place of violation, we can see that a girl child was more likely to be sexually violated than a boy child. And a girl child was 3 more times likely to be violated at the most trusted spaces, which were at home and at a place of worship, than a boy. And for boys, however, the risk was highest at a place of worship. Moving on to the ICT state in our schools, I'll not focus on all of them, but you can see boys' schools are leading in terms of having most of these ICT resources. Most specifically, the teacher digital devices. We can see boys having, the boys' schools that have these resources were 51.9% of the ones that we were able to sample, as well as the operational computer lab. We can see some disparity there, which is quite significant. 75% of boys' schools, secondary schools, have these operational computer labs, as compared to 57.3% of girls' schools that have this, and the mixed secondary schools, which were actually a huge lion's share of the secondary schools that we sampled, only 28.8% of them had the operational computer labs. Now, looking into the average amounts received in scholarship bursaries, we can see that only 1.3% of students who received more than 30,000 shillings in form of bursaries from different arms of the government are the ones who were able to receive the more than 30,000 shillings, only 1.3% of the children. But then looking at gender, when we try to look at the gender parity, 4.7% of these student beneficiaries are coming from the boys' secondary schools, while only 3.7% of these student beneficiaries were tagged to girls' secondary schools. So we can see lack of gender parity on that as well. The average number of KCSE candidates in 2022 by school gender, we can see that for boys' schools, they had a higher average number of KCSE candidates at 146, compared to 118 candidates for the girls' schools. The boys' secondary schools had almost twice the average size of KCSE candidates as compared to mixed schools that only had 79 candidates sitting for these exams. So moving on to some of the social factors across the region and nationally, an estimated 19,230 teenage girls were reported pregnant in the year of the study. And in Rift Valley region specifically, they contributed the most to teenage pregnancy burden at 35.8%, while Northeastern region contributed the least at 0.07%. Nationally, less than half of the girls who were reported pregnant were able to return to school. That is only 42.5%. So we wonder what's happening to the other teenage pregnant mothers who are not able to return back to school. How does this affect the learning outcomes and in the long term, sustainable growth? So the main challenge is that school management in primary schools mentioned they faced in trying to get these teenage mothers back to school were majorly 2 of them, and supportive community at 42.8%, and stigma at 31.5%. Now, looking at the learning outcomes, which I'll describe in form of in two types, in two forms, by school type and by location of residence. By school type, we assessed grade 4 learners, and when we assessed these grade 4 learners, we wanted to see, are they able to comprehend a grade 3 English story? Are they able to calculate a grade 3 math problem? And what we found out is that 33.8% of grade 4 boys and 38.2% of grade 4 girls at least met expectations in both reading a grade 3 appropriate English story and calculating a grade 3 math problem. So looking at those results, you'd wonder, are our children really learning? Yes, they're able to access schools, but are they learning? Then 35.9% of grade 4 learners at least met expectations in both reading a grade 3 appropriate English story and solving a grade 3 math problem. And across both categories, grade 4 girls outperformed the boys in both literacy and numeracy. So this is at the primary school level, where you can see girls outperforming the boys. Then looking at the grade 4 learners by location of residence, that is whether urban or rural, the grade 4 learners in urban areas outperformed their rural area counterparts in both reading a grade 3 appropriate English story and solving the grade 3 math problem. And across both geographies, that is both rural and urban, the girls generally outperformed the boys. And this is still at the primary school level. Now we went to assess the grade 6 learners, and by school type, you can see that 36.1% of these grade 6 boys and 31.8% of grade 6 girls did not meet expectations in reading a grade 3. So a child has gone all the way to grade 6 and they can't comprehend a grade 3 English story. So this raises a lot of questions in the quality of learning and quality of learning outcomes in our schools. More grade 6 learners in public primary schools, that is 36.4%, than grade 6 learners in private primary schools did not meet expectations in reading a grade 3 appropriate English story. And across both categories, you can see that grade 6 girls, the percentage of grade 6 girls who could not read a grade 3 English story was lower than the percentage of the grade 6 boys. So we start seeing the differences here, and this was the main question that was raised by the previous speakers. What happens during that transition period from primary to secondary school? Now, looking at these specific learning outcomes for grade 6 learners by location of residence, 36.5% of grade 6 girls in rural areas did not meet expectations in reading a grade 6 story, or rather comprehending it, and 39.9% of grade 6 boys in rural areas could not meet the same expectation. So more grade 6 learners in the rural areas at 38.2% didn't meet expectations in reading a grade 3 appropriate English story as compared to their urban counterparts who were at 28.7%. Now, we tried to look at the effect of of household factors that affect children and how this relates to child-level learning outcomes. And some of the findings that we found from running this analysis were that the odds of having better learning outcomes in English for girls were at 16% higher than for boys. The odds for a learner whose mother had tertiary education to have better learning outcomes in English and numeracy were 68 and 47% respectively higher than those learners whose mother had just the basic level of education. So we can see here the importance of a parent's level of education to their children. Then the odds of children living in female-headed households to have better learning outcomes in English and numeracy were 5 and 6% respectively, lower than those of their counterparts in male-headed households. So we also have the gender issue of the influence of the gender of the head of the household affecting the learning outcomes of the children. We further found out that for boys attending a boys' secondary school was associated to scoring a higher education outcome as compared to the counterparts in a mixed secondary school, as well for the girls. Girls who went to girls' secondary schools scored higher by 0.56 points in their KCSE examinations as compared to their counterparts who were in mixed secondary schools. So thank you so much. Those were the findings from our report.
Thank you so much, Carol, for that. Let's give her a better, a heavier clap. That is for the whole team at Usawa, and we have partners who've also made that report a success. I'm just going to acknowledge them at this moment, but some key facts I'm gathering, and I'd like, as we continue having this conversation, you also think about what strikes you about the numbers that you have been taken through. What is it that you found interesting, unique, surprising about the work that was done in coming up with this report? Some key facts: that the girls' enrollment rate in primary school was higher than the boys' enrollment rate, despite the fact that as we went higher, the girls disappeared. But when they are starting, the fact is that more girls are enrolled in school compared to boys. Girls generally outperformed boys in numeracy and literacy assessment. I mean, if they are doing better, then why are we not seeing them in the higher levels of education? And of course, we also see investment in infrastructure and resource allocation being done in favor of boys' schools. Have you noted that? Compared to girls' schools. So how are we expecting our girls to have a competitive advantage in education if we are not putting the money where our words are? Yeah? And of course, the representation of women in leadership in schools, in boards, and of course, as school heads, we are seeing that women are seen as better teachers than better leaders. There's an impact in having a woman lead in any space, especially when we are talking about a pivotal agenda such as access to education for girls. So let's appreciate again the work that has been done by the team that worked on this report. And also, allow me also ask you to help me appreciate one of our key guests who joined us as that presentation was being done, Mheshimiwa Peris Tobiko. She's already with us, a nominated senator and the vice chairperson at the Senate Committee of Education. Asante, we appreciate your time. I was telling the attendees earlier that the choice was not a mistake. It was not an accident. You're one woman who has defied the odds, and you know the challenge we are talking about from a personal perspective, having vied in a community where it was unheard of. You dared to dream, and here you are today. We really appreciate you, Mheshimiwa. All right, so we also want to appreciate one of our key partners who are putting the money where this problem is, and this is Echidna Foundation. We have the program officer. Help me appreciate Dr. Sarah Ruto. They have done a lot in funding and supporting the cause of ensuring access to education for girls. So we are not just having talk, it's not all talk, but also let's put the money, let's act and deliver education promise for girls. We also have with us Ms. Margaret Wawira, the acting CEO, Regional Education Learning Initiative, also known as RELI. Let's appreciate her as well. We have Peter Kirika, Director of Education in the Ministry of Education, is also with us this morning. And institutions, I talked about others earlier, but we also have the university, let me say the University of Nairobi, Technical University of Kenya. Let's appreciate them, represented in the room. And on the teachers union side, we also have with us the Kenya Union of Pre-Primary Education Teachers and my colleagues in the Fourth Estate, the members of different media houses also with us. Help me appreciate them also for helping us take this message from here to the world. And I'd like to invite back Daktari Emmanuel Manyasa just to be able to take us through the next level of the program as we hear the keynote addresses from our guest speakers.
Happy to come back here to do something very simple, which is to invite the guests who are going to speak to us. We have two ladies who are going to speak to us, and then we have two gentlemen who are representing the PSCs of the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Gender. They will speak to us very briefly, and then they will help us launch the report. And after that, we will have a short break, health break, and then come back and indulge in the report for the remaining time, for as long as we have the energy to go. So thank you, and let me take this moment to invite Mheshimiwa. Mheshimiwa Peris Topiko has a story. She has a story to tell, and an inspiration to very many young ladies that I see in this room, and those that will be hearing her through our friends from the media. She has a story to tell us. So Mheshimiwa Karibu, we are honored that you are here with us today.
Thank you very much and good morning. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm Peris Tobiko. I'm in the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. And they didn't prepare me to give a story. But I'm privileged to have been invited to give the keynote address. I'm the vice chair of the Committee on Education at the Senate. I'm also the vice chair of the Committee on Roads, Transport and Infrastructure of the Senate. Yeah, and that is me. I also saw the MP for Kajiado East constituency for 10 years, and now in the Senate. So this is my third term at the Parliament of Kenya. And because the earlier speaker had mentioned about the university, let me also say I learned at the University of Nairobi, both the first degree and postgraduate, and I'm a political scientist by profession. I did political science first degree and political science second degree, and so the only thing that I know in my life is politics. So that is, I guess that's how I went into active politics. But before I went into active politics, I worked with the public service. I was a district officer at a certain time. Then I went to where I belong, the real political field. That's where I am. In the last general election, 2022, I contested for the seat of governor in Kajiado County. But because of the usual party dynamics and, I guess all Kenyans know, I did not get my party ticket, and I guess I was given the nomination to the Senate as some consolation. God willing, 2027, I'm going for it again. Thank you very much. Let me also say maybe just a little about my academic life, because it's significant to what we are discussing today. Of course, I come from one of the very pastoral and very conservative communities of Kenya, the Maasai community. And let me say I'm a beneficiary of very benevolent groups that educated me. I was educated through the Jomo Kenyatta Foundation Scholarship. I was also educated by the World Vision Kenya Scholarship. And so that's how I found myself, coming through that very difficult traditional terrain to the University of Nairobi. And so I'm grateful, and I know organizations such as this help to identify the gaps and in the education sector, and their research findings will help in promoting equality in education. So thank you very much. Maybe I should go into my speech. I'm here, I believe, representing the chair of the committee of the Senate, the Committee of Education, Senator Joe Nyotu, who I bring his warm regards to you. It's humbling to be here today to witness the launch of the Usawa Agenda Report, the Gender Transformative Education through evidence-based engagements. This report is timely given the critical momentum evidence used in legislatures is gaining traction, especially with the explosion of ICT. The Constitution of Kenya 2010 introduced fundamental changes to Kenya's system of governance and structures. Among these changes was the establishment of the extensive devolved system of government comprising 47 county governments. At the national level, the Constitution establishes a bicameral system of parliament that is composed of the National Assembly and the Senate, which share national legislative powers. Article 96(1) of the Constitution provides that the role of the Senate is to represent the counties and serves to protect the interests of the counties and their governments. Article 124 of the Constitution vests the Senate powers to establish committees in order to facilitate the performance of its functions. The Senate Committee on Education is mandated to consider all matters relating to education and training, and specifically to build capacity of committee members to undertake their roles in line with Article 96 of the Constitution, also to develop and facilitate the development of legal frameworks, policies, and guidelines in the education sector. It also provides oversight for the education sector and facilitate budgetary resources towards the education sector. Article 27 of the Constitution towards the achieving quality of education for all children. Article 27 of the Constitution emphasizes equality and non-discrimination. It promotes the rights to equal opportunities in political, economic spheres, including education for all, for women, girls, marginalized groups, children with disabilities, and those from minority communities. This has led to policies and programs aimed at improving access to education for women and girls. Education empowers individuals in numerous ways, providing both tangible and intangible benefits that enhance personal, social, economic well-being, and equips them with the tools to improve their lives and contribute meaningfully to society. Education equips individuals with essential knowledge and skills, enabling them to make informed decisions, allowing individuals to navigate complex situations in their personal and professional lives. With education, individuals can access better job opportunities, higher incomes, and career advancement. Educated people are better positioned to enter the formal job market, create businesses, or engage in entrepreneurial ventures, improving their financial stability and reducing poverty. Education also has a generational impact. Educated individuals tend to prioritize education for their children, as shown from the presentation that was given by Usawa in terms of findings. They create a ripple effect that breaks the circle of poverty, and therefore lifting entire families and communities out of poverty over time. This long-term investment in human capital promotes sustainable development. Most importantly, education is a powerful tool for promoting gender equality. It enables women and girls to break free from traditional gender roles, gain financial independence, and assert their rights. Educated women are more likely to delay marriage, pursue careers, and advocate for their families and communities' well-being. In terms of policy on gender equality, the reforms that have been taken by government has enacted progressive policies addressing the gender issue. For instance, in 2007, the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology established the Gender in Education Policy, which was revised in 2015. It is specifically focuses on eliminating gender disparities by addressing issues such as gender-based violence, socio-cultural barriers, and the low participation of girls in certain subjects, particularly using STEM, that is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields. The National Education Sector Strategic Development Plan for 2018-2022 further strengthens this commitment by incorporating strategies to promote female enrollment in higher education, improve retention rates, and provide targeted support for girls from marginalized communities, ensuring that education remains a powerful tool for achieving gender equality in Kenya. These policies aim to ensure that both girls and boys have equal opportunities in accessing education. The government has also undertaken policy reforms to align education with constitutional provisions on equality and non-discrimination. I don't want to go too much about government because I realize that there are people representing the ministry who will come to say much more about government. But let me mention that there is sessional paper number 14 of 2012 aimed to harmonize education with the constitutional provisions. There is the issue of free sanitary towels that has recently an amendment to the Basic Education Act of 2013 that introduced the provision of free government-sponsored sanitary towels to girls enrolled in public schools. On school safety, the Ministry of Education Gender Policy in Education 2007 addressed the risk faced by girls in schools and promotes measures to eliminate factors such as sexual harassment, discrimination, and gender stereotyping. The Sexual Offences Act, Act number 3 of 2006, and the Basic Education Act, Act number 14 of 2013, further support the efforts by endorsing policies against gender discrimination. All these measures have resulted in improved gender equality and better opportunity for both boys and girls in schools and universities. Despite these initiatives, the government continues to encounter obstacles in addressing parts of gender equality issues in the education sector. The challenges such as deep-rooted cultural norms, gender-based violence, and poverty persist in some communities. discouraging girls from continuing their education, and reflect broader societal discrimination that education seeks to dismantle. Therefore, education plays a crucial role in challenging discriminatory gender roles by fostering awareness, promoting critical thinking, and equipping individuals with the knowledge and confidence to question societal expectations. For instance, by encouraging both boys and girls through the STEM, for girls on care, girls, both boys and girls to pursue subjects traditionally dominated by one gender, such as STEM for girls, or caregiving roles for boys. Education plays a key role in breaking down stereotypes. Similarly, in the early childhood development and education ECDE sector, which falls under the purview of the Senate, more than 70% of the teachers are female. And to address this imbalance, we are actively creating policies that offer better salaries and permanent pensionable terms. This effort aims to attract more men into this crucial field, ensuring gender diversity and strengthening the sector as a whole. Additionally, educated communities about the importance of gender equality shifts attitudes, reducing harmful practices such as early marriages or prioritizing boys' education. Over time, access to quality education empowers individuals to reshape perceptions of gender roles, promoting a more inclusive and equitable society. During the COVID pandemic, many families experienced significant economic hardship, and girls were disproportionately affected by the resulting loss of livelihoods. School closures, economic strain, and increased household responsibilities often led to higher dropout rates among girls, exacerbating existing inequalities. As we grapple with current realities of climate change, we must continue the dialogue on how to safeguard our children, and particularly girls, as they face unique challenges in their changing reality. In our collaboration and linkages, in realization of the role research evidence plays in decision making, the Committee on Education has been employing more proactive strategies in order to build collaborations with both state and non-state actors that generate data and information that can make us content with politically aware and enlightened citizenry. Usawa Agenda is one of the non-state actors that we have been able to engage and wish to continue engaging. The committee notes with great satisfaction that such reports as this one we are launching here today will build into emerging research evidence requisite in provision of solutions to social, economic, and political challenges that we currently face. The legislative process is often driven by politics and stake. If left unchallenged, politicians often formulate policies that are not based on evidence and only serve partisan interests. However, institutionalization of research used through collaborations such as this strengthens the capacity of members and guarantees that our work inspires public confidence. The Committee on Education will continue to facilitating the use of research during decision making, and we want to encourage policy research institutions, stakeholders to explore strategies to transmit their findings to Parliament. In conclusion, as parliamentarians tasked with the legislating for the country, we will continue making laws that encourage gender equality, and most important of all, push for more post-legislative scrutiny, that is in oversight. This will allow for the measuring of impact and ensuring that the laws we pass are effectively implemented and achieve their intended goals. By promoting post-legislative scrutiny, we can assess whether gender equality initiatives are producing tangible results and make necessary adjustments to improve outcomes. This ongoing evaluation process will help close the gap between policy and practice, ensuring that our legislative efforts lead to meaningful progress in empowering women and fostering a more inclusive society. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Let us give Mheshimiwa a round of applause. A more befitting round of applause. Thank you, Mheshimiwa, for challenging us. We are here from diverse civil society organizations. I hope you have taken the challenge. Let us engage with the legislators. Let us find a way to engage with them in a way that they can understand what we are doing, so that we can input into the legislative process, which, as she has told us, if we don't act, they will continue to optimize political interests, and we will suffer. So let us take the challenge. But as Mheshimiwa spoke and challenged us on the issue of challenging and using education to challenge young people to venture out of the traditional careers for the different genders, I recalled an experience we had with John, and John is here, is my boss in another committee somewhere, John Mugo. We had this young man who wanted to study a master's in midwifery. He's already practicing as a midwife. And he came for an interview, and we interviewed him twice. On both occasions, we rated him top in the pool, but he never got the scholarship. Because someone kept doubting, why does a man want to do midwifery? And he's practicing, and he was the best in the interviews on both occasions. So I think that these attitudes are so entrenched in us. We need to challenge ourselves to overcome those challenges, those attitudes, so that we can help the young people who are daring to venture out, and so then they can become role models to the others. And speaking of role models, I want to invite another role model here, who is our friend, has grown through our ranks, has come from civil society, and she's now in government, leading an important institution in the effort to bring gender equality in the country. And that is Dr. Purity Ngina, who is the CEO of the National Gender Equality, the National Commission on Gender and Equality. Karibu sana. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manyasa. First, I'm very honored really to be invited to this ceremony. It speaks to my heart. Those people who know me, this is where I belong. I want to ride on the protocols that were read before, and also acknowledge Mheshimiwa for being here. Most of my mentors are in this room, and I'm happy to see Dr. John Mugo, who probably I would associate my courage and confidence to. So asante sana, Dr. Mugo. When the statistics were read, and I asked myself, should I even go to the speech, or should I speak to what spoke to me? One of the things is where the last presentation, the last slide, was 4 out of 10 children are in school and learning. 6, and actually it was 3.33%, so I'm just even trying to put it up. That should disturb us. That should make us angry that we have children in school and learning is probably not happening because evidence is showing. That should be one of the takeaway for me. And we need to ask ourselves, what is wrong? Why our kids in school, every day you see yellow buses, children are running to school, parents are struggling to put them there. The government is investing, I think now, over 600 billion. Those who have done finance education financing can tell us the breakdown, but money is being put there. But children are still not learning. And we need to ask these uncomfortable questions. I'm a teacher, and so if I'm teaching, probably I wouldn't want to be asked that question, why children are in school and not learning. But also most statistics have shown, and I tried to go to the statistics, is the system probably is designed to ensure the girls don't perform. Why I say so? Schools that have boys, computers are there. Schools that have boys have laboratories. Schools that have boys have more teachers. Schools that have boys have libraries and counseling. That statistics was read for us here. The system, the way it is designed, then I wouldn't expect the girls to get the quality grades. And that is what the statistics from the KCSE last year showed us, that only in 5 subjects that girls outperformed boys, and in 10 subjects, which are the subject that research keep on showing that this is where the jobs are: mathematics, biology, chemistry, general science, government, geography, agriculture. That is where boys are performing better. If you look at the investment in this country in TVET, TVET are mainly male-dominated. The girls are not performing the course that allows them to get to those TVET institutions. Hence, again, I go back to, we need to question the way the design, the systemic is, and start challenging all those things. And so for me, is to look at the statistics and start asking why, the question that she was asking us, why are girls performing at low level? They are getting to school, they get to struggle to get out and get the quality grades. Many things. Statistic from the KDHS 2022, most of the girls have gone through FGM, 15%. If you read today's newspaper, you realize as Chief Insaburu has been cast by the elders for trying to eliminate FGM. If you read the same newspaper, it will tell you that for every 100 shilling a man gets, women are getting 82 shillings. 23% of girls are married before the age of 18 years. That is UNICEF 2021. 15% of our girls experience teenage pregnancy. Yet, the guidelines for school reentry, if you go to many schools, these girls continue to face stigmatization, and I think the statistics was about only 43% are going back to school. We have school reentry, and in the Ministry of Health, we have the lactation guidelines, which would allow the school to be ready to receive the girls. But if that does not work together, one says enter, but that school has no room for me to give my child or to express milk, and we know 1,000 days are the most important days for the children, in terms of brain development. And 65% of women and girls experience harassment. This then explains why, in my opinion, you can have girls getting to school, but as they grow, they become teenagers, adolescents, the environment is not favorable for them. And unless now, and I'm happy Dr. Manyasa said, the statistics is what is showing, but we need to interrogate deeper and ask ourselves as a country, what do we want? Where do we want to raise our children? It is sad, and referee is here, that boys are experiencing harassment in places of worship. That also should scare us, that girls experience harassment and sexual harassment at home, the places where we expect them to be safe. So for me, it's to point holes, and as National Gender and Equality Commission, our mandate is really to offer the oversight role. We are an independent commission, supposed to check compliance of some of these principles, and I'm happy that this data can help us to issue an advisory on what we think should be done and must be done. So it is to show our commitment to the people in this table that we need to work together. We need to ask those questions that are uncomfortable. These issues of gender equality and inclusion can only be won if we are fighting together. And for me is to see as a commission, we'll continue doing the work that we are mandated to do. We are trying some pilots in Kajiado, Machakos, and in Nairobi to also ask ourselves. First, you don't want to just issue an advisory. You want to know what works. And hence, I'm with the people that would also help me to understand what really works in some of these issues. How do we eliminate gender-based violence? How do we stop talking about patriarchal when we have 35% of us being young people who have gone through free, probably primary education, and others have gone to school, but we still are clinching to those discriminatory social norms. I want to add here, thank you so much, Dr. Manyasa, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ngina. Let's give her a round of applause. Dr. Ngina has a passion, and she's one of the lucky people who are now positioned to work on her passion. You know, a lot of us are what they call square pegs in round holes. What you do to live and what you enjoy doing are different. So if you are one of those people who has the opportunity to do what you enjoy doing, you are lucky, and we wish you all the best, that you may achieve more for the young girls and for the women of this country. It's my turn now to invite Mr. Jotham Kamau from, or do you want me to invite Ministry of Education and come back to you, because I saw you are writing something? Okay. So allow me to invite Dr. Kirika from the Ministry of Education to come and speak to us on behalf of the Ministry of Education. And then I'll come back to Mr. Kamau, and then the four of them who have spoken to us will lead us in launching the report.
So thank you, sir. So my name is Dr. Peter Kirika. Mheshimiwa, all protocols observed. I would say I'm really humbled and honored to speak to you this morning. And I would also say that some of my mentors are here. So Dr. Orodho, not Dr. Orodho, Professor Orodho. He's my teacher, and actually he was my supervisor in my master's degree. And he also taught me statistics and research. So Prof, I'm honored to speak before you and all of us. And not really to respond, but to appreciate the work that has been done. Because more often than not, we ask, what is the government doing? But I would want to say that all of us have a responsibility, and especially considering the weight matters of gender parity. I'm surprised that when I looked at education as an equalizer, I realized that 150 years ago, somebody called Horace Mann, man with double N, said that education is the great equalizer of the conditions of men, the balance wheel of the social machinery. You can imagine over 150 years ago. So if we can deal with the issue of education parity, I think we will have dealt with so many other inequalities and social issues. And I also realize that so many other people have addressed the same. Kofi Annan the other day said, education is the great equalizer of our time. It gives hope to the hopeless and creates chances for those without. And Nelson Mandela has also said something about the same, and so many people. And sometimes you will hear some people breathe through education. And I get surprised that even those who breathe through education will take their children to the best schools in this world. And even post on social media the pride of education. So we cannot actually, whatever happens, whatever level of civilization we reach, we will never be through education. So I want to thank USAWA for a job well done. Numbers do not lie. And I think the most important way forward is for all of us, whatever we do, to ensure that we do our part, and especially to look at the specific areas, because I'm sure that this data, I'm sure, can be disaggregated so that we know specifically where some of these issues are more prevalent than others, so that even as we address them, we know which gender and where. And when you empower somebody, I think sometimes it requires just that encouragement. Empowering even the person who is supposed to empower. Because what is said to you by the person you consider a role model, or somebody who is expected to show you the way forward. I'm sure that whatever you say to that little girl, to that little boy, it may form the basis for whatever happens in the life of that child. I want to to give you my experience in class 4. And I'm sure that each one of us have some break point. I don't know whether it is a break point or whatever, where your life may have taken another direction because of something that somebody told you. So I remember in class 4, and I'm not a very good orator even now, but but it has, I don't mind so much about it, because my class 4 teacher, she was called Teacher Emma. And my class 4 teacher one time asked a question in the class. And when she asked the question, I cannot remember the question, but I knew the answer. That one I remember very well. And I think nobody else knew the answer in the class. But I am a person who could not be able to join 2 words. I was a bad stammerer. So if you think that I stammer now, you don't know stammering. So now I think I was behaving like I knew the answer. So Teacher Emma asked me to answer. And you can imagine everybody started to giggle, to laugh at me. And my best friend who was sitting behind me burst out. He could not hold himself because he was used to me. He knew how much I used to stammer. And I hit him very hard. And Teacher Emma scolded the class and told them, you people, you don't know the answer. He knows the answer. Can you keep silent until he finishes answering? And I think that was my whatever. I don't know what to call it. But I answered. I don't know how long I took, but I answered, and I answered it correctly. Maybe it was the moment that one scientist called, I have found it. Yes? The eureka moment, isn't it? And I can't remember whether it was for a few months later or so. I remember the class 5 teacher coming for me in class 4 to go to class 5 and answer a question, 5 question. And when I look at the trajectory of my life from that time, I think something happened. Just because somebody told me that, somebody made me to appreciate that there is something other than what other people saw. And I think it is our responsibility to change the stereotypes, that bullying that happens even among children. Because however much the government will come in, however much our leaders will come in, if it does not boil down to the lowest level, so that even children at their level will appreciate each other and not bully each other, I don't think we may really move. So it is the responsibility of all of us. And then I remember my father. My father never talked about my stammering. Never. I don't remember my father behaving like I stammer. And I remember one time when my teacher was telling him about me, and my father told him, I don't mind about, I know he will do well. And you can imagine that kind of push. And sometimes ago, sorry, I'm using my own story, but I think it is important. I remember some times ago, when I graduated with a PhD, I went and looked for Teacher Emma, very far. They relocated. I drove very far with my wife and some relatives. And I went and saw Teacher Emma. Unfortunately, she's now suffering, it is called what? Yes, dementia. So she cannot actually tell. She would forget and ask me, we were in the same class with you? And I would tell her yes, because we were in the same class with her, okay? But you see what those words did to somebody. I think it is our responsibility. It was our responsibility to say these positive things about people, those gender stereotypes. If I believe in my daughter, why should I not believe in any other woman? If I believe in my mother, because men love their mothers, isn't it? They love their daughters. I don't know about their wives. Me, I have no problem with my wife. But you will hear men saying sometimes, not always, how foolish the wife is, or the wife saying how foolish whatever. But I'm telling you, it is our responsibility to uplift each other. There is somebody who said, words have power. Words have power. And the last thing that I want to say, now I want to use Professor Orodo. Professor Orodo changed my perspective about a subject called statistics and research methods. So, Prof, you are a teaching aid for us today. And when I was in class one time, I would ask myself, so statistics is not this difficult. You know, there are teachers who make it seem like they passed because they had a different brain from somewhere else. But the Prof made it so, and I think that is our responsibility, to make girls know that we don't have special spaces for boys and special spaces for girls. Of course, taking care of their unique needs. We know that girls require some special needs. For example, their menstrual health and all that. But that does not make this person any less. And we are happy that we have a very progressive constitution and various statutory and policy documents that ensures and guarantees equality. So now what happens? Because the law and the policies are there. I think it is for us now to change the story, isn't it? The story about the girls and the story about the boys, and see each one of us as very strong individuals, people who can go very far. And I think you can see it in some parts of this country, where girls are doing extremely well. And I think that is why this data, I hope, it is disintegrated in such a way that we can also see those dots, so that you can be able to say, this is happening at this place. This is happening at this place. So that the various interventions will be directed to specific places, specific socio dynamics, and so forth. Because somebody told me that whenever you find some kind of disorder, there is some capital out of it for somebody. When you find that girls are being mistreated, or you find something that is not going on very well, there is somebody who could be benefiting from that system, isn't it? Yes. So it's also important that we address all those areas, all of us. Let's not just talk about the government. I'm sure that the government has its very great role, but all of us have the responsibility of using our tongue, like our teacher Emma did. Otherwise, I want to stop there and hope that this will not be just a document. I'm sure it will be used to communicate and also to bring out the necessary interventions. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Another round of applause for Dr. Kirika. Thank you very much, Daktari, for reminding us that words have power. And a lot of times we are careless with our words. I have to own up that we are careless with words, and we don't just realize how much those words can achieve a lot of the investment that has been made in changing some situations. I will want to request Mr. Kamau to hold on so that we have a request by Honorable Tobiko that she's required actually in Parliament. So I want to request that we launch the report now and then you speak after the break, humbly request. So that right now I invite the guests that I mentioned, and I'm going to invite a few others, and I invite the person who has the tray with the report for the launch. We will go through the launch now, and then we will release Mheshimiwa to go do other national duty, and we will have a short health break and come back to continue with the sessions. So Daktari Ngina, Mheshimiwa, Daktari Kirika, the chair of the Parents Association, you are here, please come. The Secretary General of KUNOPET, you're here, please come. Dr. John Mugo, Dr. Sarah, please come to the fore. Pastor Ndani and Mr. Mwasia, please come to the fore.
And this is the part where you get to clap and make this moment historic.
Yeah. And I think I will have to put away my mic so I can also join in. And please, this is the time you will need to have... Carol, please come to the fore. You know you are the owner of the report, you just presented it, so you cannot be absent when it is being launched. Please come to the fore. So this is the point where I hand over to Safin to proceed and guide us as we proceed. Thank you.
All right, so I just like us to make this moment colorful. This has not been an easy task. It has taken several months. It has taken a lot of research. Usawa Agenda has done, they have outshined themselves, of course working with the partners that have helped them to be able to make this a success. All right, Kepsha, the representative from Kepsha, just to join in on the photo session as we unveil this report. All right, as we wait on the CAPTCHA representative to join in, this is the official photographer for the photo that is going to be framed. So for one photo, I request you will look at him so that we get a better view. But then again, we are also going to be having a media interview session briefly so that we can also talk to the nation about what is happening. So yes, so let's get to appreciate as we hand over the report officially with the cutting of the ribbon. And I'd like the Dr. Ngina to just hold it there for Mheshimiwa to cut the ribbon. This signifies that the report is now a public document, yes, and it can be used anywhere to be able to inform decision making. And as you see, the stakeholders standing there, these are representatives from different spheres. So this is an indication that the report is going to get to the various institutions. And we don't want it to be a beautiful document on paper, Mheshimiwa. We don't want it to be a beautiful document on paper. We want to see action. Let's fill the gaps that we have all discussed this morning. So let's celebrate that music, that music. I want it up a bit. Let's celebrate. Yes, DJ. Yes. All right. All right, so let's join in the celebration, guys. Yeah, and the gender report by the Usawa Agenda is declared officially launched this morning, and it can now go there and inform decision making in various sectors. Key objectives of this report is that it's going to lay ground for good conversations on the status of implementation, achievements and challenges in the education sector. Asante sana, we really appreciate each and every one of you, ladies and gentlemen. Please take this important message home to your various institutions, and let's see action a few months from now. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate this great team. Thank you so much. All right. All right, thank you so much. All right, so we have done a very important part of the session this morning. We are concluding part one, what I would call part one. And as our guests take their seats, we are going to be proceeding for a very short health break that we should be back here in a few minutes. How many minutes do we need for the health break? I want us to agree on that. It's now 11:02. So 20 minutes or 30 minutes, is that okay? 30 minutes? That's fine. So we will break in a few minutes. I'll tell you exactly what time, and then we come back here after 30 minutes to be able to continue with the second session, where now we are going to be having reactions to the report that was unveiled. You get to ask your questions. We get to interact and get to know more about how we use this information to go and inform decision making out there. But right now, just to inform some representatives that we will need for the media interview, Mheshimiwa Peris Tobiko, of course, Dr. Purity Ngina, you will join the team for the media interview, a representative from the Ministry of Gender and Ministry of Education, from the religious side, NCCK and KCCB, you will also join for the media, and of course we will have the Usawa team, also Daktari Manyasa, to join in, so the media will also get to probe this report and get something for our viewers later and our readers later. So right now, let me allow you to leave the room. Let's come back at around, it's 11:04, 11:34, 11:35 thereabout. let's meet here and continue with the second part of the program. Asanteni sana for your time.
Usawa Agenda is a not-for-profit organization registered in Kenya. Our mission is to promote systems change for education justice for all through research, innovation, and evidence-based stakeholder engagement. At Usawa Agenda, we firmly believe that education is the key to creating a world that is just and peaceful. We see education as a beacon of hope, a pathway to empowerment, and a catalyst for change. Through our evidence generation and pioneering engagements, we are working to transform education systems and policies in Kenya and beyond.
This tree epitomizes the current state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system, represented by the tree's trunk, from diverse backgrounds and with diverse personal attributes. The current education systems, which we consider unjust, don't change for better the unique disadvantages that children bring into the school. Often, the systems accentuate them. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. The branches retain the color of their roots, and only the branch linked to the strongest root has green leaves, the color of prosperity. The other branches have leaves similar to their roots in color, depicting that learning outcomes and their benefits are predetermined even as millions of children journey through the system.
In contrast to the first tree, this tree embodies the desired transformation to the state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system, represented by the tree's trunk, from diverse backgrounds and with diverse personal and social attributes. The transformed education systems, which we consider just blunt the unique disadvantages children bring into the school. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. All branches have the same color and have green leaves, the color of prosperity. In pursuit of this transformation of education systems, we generate evidence, innovate, and engage with a broad spectrum of actors at multiple levels. Usawa Agenda is a not-for-profit organization registered in Kenya. Our mission is to promote systems change for education justice for all through research, innovation, and evidence-based stakeholder engagement. At Usawa Agenda, we firmly believe that education is the key to creating a world that is just and peaceful. We see education as a beacon of hope, a pathway to empowerment, and a catalyst for change. Through our evidence generation and pioneering engagements, we are working to transform education systems and policies in Kenya and beyond.
This tree epitomizes the current state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system, represented by the tree's trunk, from diverse backgrounds and with diverse personal attributes. The current education systems, which we consider unjust, don't change for better the unique disadvantages that children bring into the school. Often, the systems accentuate them. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. The branches retain the color of their roots, and only the branch linked to the strongest root has green leaves, the color of prosperity. The other branches have leaves similar to their roots in color, depicting that learning outcomes and their benefits are predetermined even as millions of children journey through the system.
In contrast to the first tree, this tree embodies the desired transformation to the state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system, represented by the tree's trunk, from diverse backgrounds and with diverse personal and social attributes. The transformed education systems, which we consider just blunt the unique disadvantages children bring into the school. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. All branches have the same color and have green leaves, the color of prosperity. In pursuit of this transformation of education systems, we generate evidence, innovate, and engage with a broad spectrum of actors at multiple levels. Usawa Agenda is a not-for-profit organization registered in Kenya. Our mission is to promote systems change for education justice for all through research, innovation, and evidence-based stakeholder engagement. At Usawa Agenda, we firmly believe that education is the key to creating a world that is just and peaceful. We see education as a beacon of hope, a pathway to empowerment, and a catalyst for change. Through our evidence generation and pioneering engagements, we are working to transform education systems and policies in Kenya and beyond.
This tree epitomizes the current state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system, represented by the tree's trunk, from diverse backgrounds and with diverse personal attributes. The current education systems, which we consider unjust, don't change for better the unique disadvantages that children bring into the school. Often, the systems accentuate them. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. The branches retain the color of their roots, and only the branch linked to the strongest root has green leaves, the color of prosperity. The other branches have leaves similar to their roots in color, depicting that learning outcomes and their benefits are predetermined even as millions of children journey through the system.
In contrast to the first tree, this tree embodies the desired transformation to the state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system, represented by the tree's trunk, from diverse backgrounds and with diverse personal and social attributes. The transformed education systems, which we consider just blunt the unique disadvantages children bring into the school. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. All branches have the same color and have green leaves, the color of prosperity. In pursuit of this transformation of education systems, we generate evidence, innovate, and engage with a broad spectrum of actors at multiple levels. Usawa Agenda is a not-for-profit organization registered in Kenya. Our mission is to promote systems change for education justice for all through research, innovation, and evidence-based stakeholder engagement. At Usawa Agenda, we firmly believe that education is the key to creating a world that is just and peaceful. We see education as a beacon of hope, a pathway to empowerment, and a catalyst for change. Through our evidence generation and pioneering engagements, we are working to transform education systems and policies in Kenya and beyond.
This tree epitomizes the current state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system. Education systems, which we consider unjust, don't change for better the unique disadvantages that children bring into the school. Often, the systems accentuate them. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. The branches retain the color of their roots, and only the branch linked to the strongest root has green leaves, the color of prosperity. The other branches have leaves similar to their roots in color, depicting that learning outcomes and their benefits are predetermined even as millions of children journey through the system.
In contrast to the first tree, this tree embodies the desired transformation to the state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system, represented by the tree's trunk, from diverse backgrounds and with diverse personal and social attributes. The transformed education systems, which we consider just blunt the unique disadvantages children bring into the school. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. All branches have the same color and have green leaves, the color of prosperity. In pursuit of this transformation of education systems, we generate evidence, innovate, and engage with a broad spectrum of actors at multiple levels. Usawa Agenda is a not-for-profit organization registered in Kenya. Our mission is to promote systems change for education justice for all through research, innovation, and evidence-based stakeholder engagement. At Usawa Agenda, we firmly believe that education is the key to creating a world that is just and peaceful. We see education as a beacon of hope, a pathway to empowerment, and a catalyst for change. Through our evidence generation and pioneering engagements, we are working to transform education systems and policies in Kenya and beyond.
This tree epitomizes the current state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system, represented by the tree's trunk, from diverse backgrounds and with diverse personal attributes. The current education systems, which we consider unjust, don't change for better the unique disadvantages that children bring into the school. Often, the systems accentuate them. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. The branches retain the color of their roots, and only the branch linked to the strongest root has green leaves, the color of prosperity. The other branches have leaves similar to their roots in color, depicting that learning outcomes and their benefits are predetermined even as millions of children journey through the system.
In contrast to the first tree, this tree embodies the desired transformation to the state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system, represented by the tree's trunk, from diverse backgrounds and with diverse personal and social attributes. The transformed education systems, which we consider just blunt the unique disadvantages children bring into the school. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. All branches have the same color and have green leaves, the color of prosperity. In pursuit of this transformation of education systems, we generate evidence, innovate, and engage with a broad spectrum of actors at multiple levels. Usawa Agenda is a not-for-profit organization registered in Kenya. Our mission is to promote systems change for education justice for all through research, innovation, and evidence-based stakeholder engagement. At Usawa Agenda, We firmly believe that education is the key to creating a world that is just and peaceful. We see education as a beacon of hope, a pathway to empowerment, and a catalyst for change. Through our evidence generation and pioneering engagements, we are working to transform education systems and policies in Kenya and beyond.
This tree epitomizes the current state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system, represented by the tree's trunk, from diverse backgrounds and with diverse personal attributes. The current education systems, which we consider unjust, don't change for better the unique disadvantages that children bring into the school. Often, the systems accentuate them. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. The branches retain the color of their roots, and only the branch linked to the strongest root has green leaves, the color of prosperity. The other branches have leaves similar to their roots in color, depicting that learning outcomes and their benefits are predetermined even as millions of children journey through the system.
In contrast to the first tree, this tree embodies the desired transformation to the state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system, represented by the tree's trunk, from diverse backgrounds and with diverse personal and social attributes. The transformed education systems, which we consider just blunt the unique disadvantages children bring into the school. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. All branches have the same color and have green leaves, the color of prosperity. In pursuit of this transformation of education systems, we generate evidence, innovate, and engage with a broad spectrum of actors at multiple levels. Usawa Agenda is a not-for-profit organization registered in Kenya. Our mission is to promote systems change for education justice for all through research, innovation, and evidence-based stakeholder engagement. At Usawa Agenda, we firmly believe that education is the key to creating a world that is just and peaceful. We see education as a beacon of hope, a pathway to empowerment, and a catalyst for change. Through our evidence generation and pioneering engagements, we are working to transform education systems and policies in Kenya and beyond.
This tree epitomizes the current state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system, represented by the tree's trunk, from diverse backgrounds and with diverse personal attributes. The current education systems, which we consider unjust, don't change for better the unique disadvantages that children bring into the school. Often, the systems accentuate them. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. The branches retain the color of their roots, and only the branch linked to the strongest root has green leaves, the color of prosperity. The other branches have leaves similar to their roots in color, depicting that learning outcomes and their benefits are predetermined even as millions of children journey through the system.
In contrast to the first tree, this tree embodies the desired transformation to the state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system, represented by the tree's trunk, from diverse backgrounds and with diverse personal and social attributes. The transformed education systems, which we consider just blunt the unique disadvantages children bring into the school. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. All branches have the same color and have green leaves, the color of prosperity. In pursuit of this transformation of education systems, we generate evidence, innovate, and engage with a broad spectrum of actors at multiple levels. Usawa Agenda is a not-for-profit organization registered in Kenya. Our mission is to promote systems change for education justice for all through research, innovation, and evidence-based stakeholder engagement. At Usawa Agenda, we firmly believe that education is the key to creating a world that is just and peaceful. We see education as a beacon of hope, a pathway to empowerment, and a catalyst for change. Through our evidence generation and pioneering engagements, we are working to transform education systems and policies in Kenya and beyond.
This tree epitomizes the current state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system, represented by the tree's trunk, from diverse backgrounds and with diverse personal attributes. The current education systems, which we consider unjust, don't change for better the unique disadvantages that children bring into the school. Often, the systems accentuate them. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. The branches retain the color of their roots, and only the branch linked to the strongest root has green leaves, the color of prosperity. The other branches have leaves similar to their roots in color, depicting that learning outcomes and their benefits are predetermined even as millions of children journey through the system.
In contrast to the first tree, this tree embodies the desired transformation to the state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system, represented by the tree's trunk, from diverse backgrounds and with diverse personal and social attributes. The transformed education systems, which we consider just blunt the unique disadvantages children bring into the school. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. All branches have the same color and have green leaves, the color of prosperity. In pursuit of this transformation of education systems, we generate evidence, innovate, and engage with a broad spectrum of actors at multiple levels. Usawa Agenda is a not-for-profit organization registered in Kenya. Our mission is to promote systems change for education justice for all through research, innovation, and evidence-based stakeholder engagement. At Usawa Agenda, we firmly believe that education is the key to creating a world that is just and peaceful. We see education as a beacon of hope, a pathway to empowerment, and a catalyst for change. Through our evidence generation and pioneering engagements, we are working to transform education systems and policies in Kenya and beyond.
This tree epitomizes the current state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system, represented by the tree's trunk, from diverse backgrounds and with diverse personal attributes. The current education systems, which we consider unjust, don't change for better the unique disadvantages that children bring into the school. Often, the systems accentuate them. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. The branches retain the color of their roots, and only the branch linked to the strongest root has green leaves, the color of prosperity. The other branches have leaves similar to their roots in color, depicting that learning outcomes and their benefits are predetermined even as millions of children journey through the system.
In contrast to the first tree, this tree embodies the desired transformation to the state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system, represented by the tree's trunk, from diverse backgrounds and with diverse personal and social attributes. The transformed education systems, which we consider just blunt the unique disadvantages children bring into the school. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. All branches have the same color and have green leaves, the color of prosperity. In pursuit of this transformation of education systems, we generate evidence, innovate, and engage with a broad spectrum of actors at multiple levels. Usawa Agenda is a not-for-profit organization registered in Kenya. Our mission is to promote systems change for education justice for all through research, innovation, and evidence-based stakeholder engagement. At Usawa Agenda, we firmly believe that education is the key to creating a world that is just and peaceful. We see education as a beacon of hope, a pathway to empowerment, and a catalyst for change. Through our evidence generation and pioneering engagements, we are working to transform education systems and policies in Kenya and beyond.
This tree epitomizes the current state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system, represented by the tree's trunk, from diverse backgrounds and with diverse personal attributes. The current education systems, which we consider unjust, don't change for better the unique disadvantages that children bring into the school. Often, the systems accentuate them. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. The branches retain the color of their roots, and only the branch linked to the strongest root has green leaves, the color of prosperity. The other branches have leaves similar to their roots in color, depicting that learning outcomes and their benefits are predetermined even as millions of children journey through the system.
In contrast to the first tree, this tree embodies the desired transformation to the state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system, represented by the tree's trunk, from diverse backgrounds and with diverse personal and social attributes. The transformed education systems, which we consider just blunt the unique disadvantages children bring into the school. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. All branches have the same color and have green leaves, the color of prosperity. In pursuit of this transformation of education systems, we generate evidence, innovate, and engage with a broad spectrum of actors at multiple levels. Usawa Agenda is a not-for-profit organization registered in Kenya. Our mission is to promote systems change for education justice for all through research, innovation, and evidence-based stakeholder engagement. At Usawa Agenda, we firmly believe that education is the key to creating a world that is just and peaceful. We see education as a beacon of hope, a pathway to empowerment, and a catalyst for change. Through our evidence generation and pioneering engagements, we are working to transform education systems and policies in Kenya and beyond.
This tree epitomizes the current state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system, represented by the tree's trunk, from diverse backgrounds and with diverse personal attributes. The current education systems, which we consider unjust, don't change for better the unique disadvantages that children bring into the school. Often, the systems accentuate them. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. the branches retain the color of their roots, and only the branch linked to the strongest root has green leaves, the color of prosperity. The other branches have leaves similar to their roots in color, depicting that learning outcomes and their benefits are predetermined even as millions of children journey through the system.
In contrast to the first tree, this tree embodies the desired transformation to the state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system, represented by the tree's trunk, from diverse backgrounds and with diverse personal and social attributes. The transformed education systems, which we consider just blunt the unique disadvantages children bring into the school. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. All branches have the same color and have green leaves, the color of prosperity. In pursuit of this transformation of education systems, we generate evidence, innovate, and engage with a broad spectrum of actors at multiple levels. Usawa Agenda is a not-for-profit organization registered in Kenya. Our mission is to promote systems change for education justice for all through research, innovation, and evidence-based stakeholder engagement. At Usawa Agenda, we firmly believe that education is the key to creating a world that is just and peaceful. We see education as a beacon of hope, a pathway to empowerment, and a catalyst for change. Through our evidence generation and pioneering engagements, we are working to transform education systems and policies in Kenya and beyond.
This tree epitomizes the current state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system, represented by the tree's trunk, from diverse backgrounds and with diverse personal attributes. The current education systems, which we consider unjust, don't change for better the unique disadvantages that children bring into the school. Often, the systems accentuate them. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. The branches retain the color of their roots, and only the branch linked to the strongest root has green leaves, the color of prosperity. The other branches have leaves similar to their roots in color, depicting that learning outcomes and their benefits are predetermined even as millions of children journey through the system.
In contrast to the first tree, this tree embodies the desired transformation to the state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education system, represented by the tree's trunk, from diverse backgrounds and with diverse personal and social attributes. The transformed education systems, which we consider just blunt the unique disadvantages children bring into the school. The branches represent the adults who emerge from the education system. All branches have the same color and have green leaves, the color of prosperity. In pursuit of this transformation of education systems, we generate evidence, innovate, and engage with a broad spectrum of actors at multiple levels. Usawa Agenda is a not-for-profit organization registered in Kenya. Our mission is to promote systems change for education justice for all through research, innovation, and evidence-based stakeholder engagement. At Usawa Agenda, we firmly believe that education is the key to creating a world that is just and peaceful. We see education as a beacon of hope, a pathway to empowerment, and a catalyst for change. Through our evidence generation and pioneering engagements, we are working to transform education systems and policies in Kenya and beyond.
This tree epitomizes the current state of education in Kenya and beyond. Children represented by the tree's roots come into the education.
New BOM teachers. At that point, the curriculum implementation has been disrupted. The new teachers who come will need time to settle in. By the time they settle in 1 year, 6 months down the road, there is another advertisement by Teacher Service Commission to recruit teachers. This one's vacant. So that is one of the things that makes me feel that the way we are implementing, especially our secondary school system, is unjust because it doesn't allow these many children who go to our small schools equal opportunity to learn as their counterparts who go to very big schools that are well established. Education system is fundamentally unjust in the way it is structured. And one of the things that has come out openly is that the very different performance that we see, especially in our Kenya secondary schools examinations, are not just based on the ability of the children. They are based on the environment under which children learn. And there is so much disparity between the different schools and in different regions that you don't expect in any reasonable way for those learners to do the same things.
All right, great ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to what I call part 2 of our engagement this Thursday, Gender Transformative Education through Evidence-Based Engagement. And as we have this sit down on this second part, as I call those who are still outside taking their tea to join us, you can carry your tea into the room. Feel free to just carry your tea in case you are delayed by something, so that you can have it as we continue. We are trying to catch up with time to deliver this in the shortest time possible. Once again, allow me appreciate you for staying on, because it's been several hours we've been doing this, and we are not taking your time for granted. You would have been elsewhere doing something, but you're here with us, and we really appreciate. Clap for yourselves. We have been clapping for others. Now clap for yourselves. All right, so quick highlights. There is something that probably I would need to highlight, and we had Dr. Ngina talk about this on the issue of teen pregnancies, and it was among some of the challenges that she so passionately highlighted during her remarks. And if you look at the report on some of the key findings on the social factors, we get that an estimated 19,230 teen girls were reported pregnant in the year that this survey was conducted. An interesting trend coming from Rift Valley that is leading with 35.8%. But what is even more striking is that we have a policy that provides for girls who have been reported pregnant or given birth to go back to school. But this report is indicating that almost half of those girls who were reported pregnant don't make it back to the classrooms. This is a crisis. We have been asking here since morning, where are our girls? This is where we lose most of these girls. So I'd like you to continue interacting with this document. In case you would have wanted to share it with people who are not in this room, it is available on the website, Usawa Agenda website. You can be able to download an electronic version, share it among your circles, among the stakeholders you work with. You can also feel free to interact with Usawa Agenda on social media, at Usawa Agenda on all platforms, so that this conversation can continue as we build up to, this very important solution-oriented journey of ensuring that girls have access to education. And of course, the Usawa Agenda team, did this based on what came out from previous surveys that they did. One of them was a survey that looked at secondary school. It was the secondary school survey, also called ASSESS, and we also had the famous Flana report that looked at the assessment on numeracy and literacy across the country, which sort of formed what I will call the basis or the background upon which the report that was launched just a few minutes ago, was crafted. So you can also find time, if you had not interacted with these good documents before, to look for the SES report and the Flana report to also help you get more depth, how this journey began. All of those documents, I believe, if you interact with the websites of Usawa, you can be able to get them. So right now, I want you to interact with that person seated next to you and get their quick thoughts. And Pastor is leaving, just when I'm saying, I believe she has to leave though. Yeah? Just ask them, what is that one thing that is unique for them since they began, listening to the speakers this morning? What is that striking thing that they will be taking away, or they've learned, or has surprised them? Yeah? This is the moment where you get to confirm whether that person seated next to you is with us, Amali left group. Yeah? There are people who don't want to talk to their neighbors. Eh? Why? Yeah. It could be the only thing you will remember, that thing that your neighbor will tell you. It could be the only thing that you will remember, or a call to action. that you will remember. All right. Okay, so yeah, we can continue having those interactions during our power lunch that will be happening later once we conclude this forum. So let me call you back to order. Let me have your attention. Ladies, gentlemen, let me have your attention. Thank you. Thank you so much. And let's keep this going. Let's interact, let's network, let's exchange contacts, because I believe each and every organization that is represented here has a role to play in one way or the other. I feel like you guys need to talk more. You need more, yeah? No wonder we have a Q&A session. So be patient. Be patient. We will have a session that will be very interactive and we can raise all those thoughts. Yeah? All right, let me have your attention. Let me have your attention. All right. I'm really excited about that session already because I can see you have a lot to say, a lot to ask, and we will make sure that we give you ample time to do that. So right now, I want us to get into a session of brief remarks from some of our key speakers who were lined up to speak to us on this second part. They represent different organizations, and they are going to be also issuing their insights on the crisis we are discussing this morning. That is the bottlenecks in access to education for girls. And before we went for our health break and even for the media interview, we really appreciate Jotham Kamau, who had let us, just change the program a little bit and do the launch of the report. So I'd like to give him a chance now. He's the Assistant Director, State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action. This falls under the Ministry of Gender, Culture, Arts, and National Heritage. I'd like to give him a chance to just also give us his remarks. Let's stick to maximum 10 minutes. If you take less, I will appreciate you. So yeah, so that we get to have all the speakers have time. Let's appreciate him, yeah, to encourage him, yeah.
Thank you, Safina. All protocols observed. As you are told, my name is Jotham Kamau. I'm here on the behalf of the Principal Secretary, State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, and I'll be as brief as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, gender transformative education aims to challenge and alter harmful gender norms and stereotypes, ensuring equitable access to education and opportunities for all genders. It goes beyond gender-sensitive approaches, focusing on addressing the root causes of gender inequalities through inclusive and empowering curricula, teaching practice, and school environment. As a State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, we believe that integrating gender equality and empowerment topics into the curriculum will help challenge stereotypes. It will encourage critical thinking about gender roles, power relations, and discrimination. It will equip educators with the tools to recognize gender biases and promote gender equality, which the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action aspires. Now, we believe that this knowledge will equip teachers to create inclusive learning environment that support all students at all levels, regardless of gender identity. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my belief that implementing gender-responsive policies will eliminate discrimination in schools. Developing programs that support girls and boys equally, including scholarships, mentorships, and leadership opportunities, will ultimately bring about the desired goal of gender equality. That is USAWA. It is our understanding that the research and the data collection and the statistics presented today will go a long way to fill the gaps in the STEM subjects, leadership roles, and extracurricular activity in our learning institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, let us state that gender transformative education is essential for creating a just and equitable society. Through evidence-based engagement, we can ensure that education systems promote equity, challenge harmful gender norms, and promote opportunities for all to succeed. That was a short speech from the PS State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action. And if we can be allowed just 1 minute, there's something I want to say now. This is from me. Now, in our department, we work under 5 thematic areas. And these thematic areas include, these thematic areas include 1, peace. These thematic areas include 1, women in leadership, women in leadership and decision making. The 4 thematic areas, women in leadership and decision making. We have the second one, women, peace and security. And the other one, we have socio-economic empowerment for women and anti-GBV. Now, among those were the 4 thematic areas under which the State Department work on. There is a narrative that gender is about what? Yeah, out there's a narrative that gender is about what? It's about? True. It's about women, isn't it? But for those who knows about gender, is it about women? Gender is about everybody. We say in our department that gender is about women, men, boys, and girls. Everybody included, isn't it? If you look at those thematic areas, there's a point that I'm coming to. If you look at the 4 thematic areas that were there before, they were all talking about women, isn't it? Where is the man? Yet gender is about all, isn't it? Where is the man? I believe that is the gap that has been there. And the State Department of Gender and Affirmative Action have a new baby within the thematic areas. Within the 4 thematic areas, we have created a 5th thematic area, which we are calling Male Engagement and Inclusion thematic area. Male engagement and inclusion. We are bringing men on board in this gender narrative. And maybe that is the missing link. Why am I saying so? In our country, we are more patriarchal. True or not true? We are more patriarchal in this society, isn't it? So most of the decisions are made by who? Let's agree. They are made by who? They are made by men. If men are kept aside from the gender narrative, are we going to succeed in whatever we want to do? Okay? But if we bring this person who is leading in almost all areas on board, don't you think we are going to make our things work? For example, we have been talking about ending FGM. Isn't it? Niambieni. Is it men who practice FGM? Is it men who practice the FGM? Yeah? Suppose we bring suppose we bring men on board. We educate them the harmful effects of ending FGM. And they internalize and buy that narrative. I'm telling you, FGM will end within a day. Because as a father, if I say my girls are not going to undergo FGM, period, who is going to come and force me that they have to undergo it? So this male engagement is towards social transformation. Social transformation, because we need to transform our society and bring about gender equality. So actually the main aim of this 5th thematic area is we are aiming at social norms transformation and also ending GBV. So we are not coming to fight the gains that we have done for our women in the society, but we are coming to what? To supplement or to complement the gains that we have and also bring that male aspect into the whole gender equality narrative. Thank you so much.
Let's clap for him, especially for keeping time. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right, so if there's one thing that has stood out for me from his remarks is a strategy, a change of strategy in addressing the gender agenda. Let's not make it a us versus them kind of a scenario. No wonder we have not been making tangible progress, because it seems like it's a competition and a war among its genders. So bring the men on board, engage them, and tell them why this is significant, and let's all walk this journey together. And I like the fact that the ministry has gone ahead to include that aspect of what you're doing. All right, so I want to invite the next speaker, and like I told you earlier, this person that I'm going to invite represent an organization that has played a very key role in making today and a lot that has been done to help girls access education possible. She is the program officer of Echidna Giving, and her name is Dr. Sarah Ruto. Dr. Sarah Ruto represents an organization that has been funding and supporting delivering the promise of education to girls. She has been at the helm of the education sector, having served as the chief, and you clap as she comes, as the chief administrative secretary in the Ministry of Education. She has been the chair of the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, has served in many boards and advisory committees, both locally and internationally. A rich profile that if I had time, I'll go through, but karibu to make your remarks.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much. You've been a wonderful MC. And I think I'll start by giving my congratulations to Usawa Agenda for remaining truthful, committed to this journey of always giving us evidence on the status of education in our country. And I think that is important, because evidence will separate the beliefs we have and the facts. And so that we are all urged to pay attention and listen to the facts. If we are doubtful about those facts, then we also systematically look at them, because research is about systematically trying to come to a truth. All of us hold our truths, isn't it? And we do not deny those truths. But let us come to a collective truth. And that is why I was very glad when Pastor here was saying, she comes from the church. There are some uncomfortable things that have been stated about the church and safety of our children. If we have questions, we try and find out more. So that collectively, and I think that's my first message today, about collective responsibility to the evidence we are getting. All of us come from different places and spaces. The university is here presented. Sometimes I miss the university when it comes to searching and getting evidence on different aspects of our education. I'm very glad that the government in its various facets is fully represented here. And I'm really glad that it is not defensive. That you see there is an intellectual conversation going on with regards to the evidence. And that is a good place to be, which I think is important for us to applaud. That as a people of Kenya, and you see I'm saying as citizens of Kenya, because that is whom we are first, before we go to the fact that I am government, I am CSO, I am what, that as citizens, we are listening to evidence and taking responsibility based on the different places we are sitting. And that is what I think makes us move from what we used to be before, being viewed as a developing. We are on a trajectory of growth as a country because we are acting and taking our citizen responsibility in our different spaces of doing what we need to do. And so I think it's a good place to be, and I would like to encourage us to continue going and in that direction, starting with appreciating Usawa Agenda for converging us for this particular conversation. You can see I first started by talking as me, as an East African and as a Kenyan. But the organization I work for, Echidna Giving, we believe on delivering on the promise of girls' education. I know our representative who has been saying, let us look at gender, both boys and girls, is wondering now this one is going back to girls again. But that is whom we are. We believe on the promise of delivering on girls' education, and we do not see it as an exclusion. We see it as a strategy towards inclusion. Because when we have looked at all the evidence, if you look at the one who will be at the far end, the one who will never be reached until something is done, who has the various layers of disadvantage that our society has given us, which is sometimes cultural, sometimes religious, disability, lack of education. When you look at the face of that person, it will always be a girl first, a woman first. Then closely followed will be, again, a boy or a girl. So we say that if you want to achieve a truly just society, if you focus on her, you will reach everywhere else as you're trying to reach her. So for us, it's an inclusion strategy for those who are left behind. It is not an exclusion. And why I think we are on the right trajectory, and that's the last point I will make, is because of the findings today. Look at the findings today and what they stated. For me, and our moderator said something which I'd like to repeat. Women are seen as better teachers, but not as better leaders. Why is it that you have women who are teaching, but when it comes who is leading, it is the male gender? And that is why I think in the State Department of Gender, it's State Department of Gender and Affirmative Action. And that is why it made sense to me that one of your thematic areas is women in leadership. Because men are now in leadership, but an affirmative action is to get the women in leadership. So it is okay, depending on where we are in society, to state that for this particular indicator, I will focus on boys. Like if I'm in Muranga, I will focus on the boy. Because there are competing reasons why they are not in school. But if I'm in Korea, who will I focus on? So it is okay to be looking at a boy and a girl depending on what the evidence is telling you. And in this particular case, in terms of leadership, the evidence has been very clear that women cannot be found. I was having a conversation with our chair of KUNOPET, and KUNOPET stands for Kenya Union of Pre-Primary Education Teachers. He told us that the number of pre-primary teachers are 90%. But the chair of the union is a man. Again, leading this herd of women. Is it because women are better teachers but are not leaders? Which comes to why the State Department identified as a thematic area the issue of affirmative action on leadership. So you can see as a government and a State Department, they are on the right path. Do not be apologetic. You are on the right path. And therefore I told him that we need to have a discussion because he is here and is a very gender sensitive man who wants to also promote women leaders. And we are going to have a discussion on how to move ahead with that. And I'd like to tell you, because it was stated that I've been a chair in many government, sometimes non-government, and it's very lonely up there. There are very few. That is why when you enter a place, everybody will start telling you, "Karibu chairman." I'm not a man. I refuse to be a man. Mimi ni nani? Mimi ni mwenyekiti. I am the holder of the seat. Whether it is a man, whether it's a woman is different. I am the holder of that seat. And that is why sometimes when we are talking about gender, let us revisit even our own cultures. We were sometimes more inclusive. Look at the language. Sometimes we were more inclusive. We have taken sometimes language of other people together with their stereotypes. Kwa sababu, mimi ni nani? mwenyekiti. But when it comes to the English language, you will refer to me as, do I now look like a man? I am mwenyekiti. Eh? I'm doing the work of a man. Yes. Because the belief is actually, I am doing the work of a man. And this brings me to the point I wanted to state. I'll just state one, because many have said good points. And the one point I wanted to state was that it seems to me, based on the findings of the status of our schools, that our institutions, learning institutions, knowingly or unknowingly, are actually continuing to entrench some of the social norms that are not gender equal. And that, for me, I think is what we need to look at. I was so pleased to hear the statement from the State Department of Gender and Affirmative Action. They are the first ones who talked about we need to move beyond sensitive. We need to be intentional. We need to be transformative. And I applaud you. Because that is where we need to go. If we are to address this issue of norms, and why am I saying it was in the findings? Look at, for instance, the number of schools that are sponsored. When you look at male versus female schools, those that have the highest sponsorship of the church, it is more female schools. And our presenter said, maybe it is because society sees there's a need to give more moral education to these girls so that they grow up to be good girls in society. And therefore you find the churches whose leadership are mainly men focusing more attention on the girls' schools so that they are socialized well, to not be asking many questions, to accept the fact that they are good people who serve. Others can lead, but they can serve. And it begins from the PPI. They're called pastoral program, where most of them are men who come to give this. It is a construct of our society. It is a rule which we have been socialized. And it is seen in the practices that we have, where you have more church supporting girls' schools. And so it continues. Learning institutions continue what we are seeing in society. Train girls to be good. And good means to serve, not to ask too many questions. But when it comes to where will we invest in terms of ICT, in terms of a library? Remember, a library is books, they open knowledge. In terms of chem, in terms of science, where is that investment going? So the findings are showing us that our learning institutions are continuing to entrench all these differences. The gender and education policy is not helping us. Daktari Simama from Ministry of Education. It is not helping us. And we are saying this as discussion, wewe ni mtu wa university daktari, because look at the policy statement, number 1. It says expand access to be gender sensitive and gender responsive. That means in the Ministry of Education, we are happy with just disaggregating data. But we have not put any intentionality in terms of going to the underlying reasons. If you can take that message back, I know the policy has not been finalized, or has it been? But if you can take that message back, talk with your colleagues over here in the gender department, because the thinking is already there in government, so that we can take our policies to be more daring in terms of taking us where Kenya ought to be. I think we will have done well, because what the findings for me showed me, that the children begin equal. Even if you look at the differences in the assessments of numeracy and literacy, they were not very big. The children begin equal, but thereafter the rain begins to beat us. And when you look at what is beginning to beat us, it is because we are still playing in terms of financing, whatnot. I think what is inherently believed by our decision makers, that we need to continue supporting more boys to succeed than girls. That is why we are resourcing more boys' schools than girls' schools. That is why, despite the fact that there is a re-entry policy, even if only 42% make it to use it, we do not question more. We do not find out. The policy is there. It is good. We applaud it. I remember I really did when we were there, the 100% policy. We followed many, did what we could at a personal and individual. So it is good, and we are appreciating it. But it is not bad to demand more, to dream more, because as a country, I think we can get there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daktari, for also keeping time and for your insights. She speaks like somebody who has been on both sides in government and in the private sector, so she understands the challenges from both divides. All right, so I'd like to allow the next speaker to also come on board. I'm talking about somebody who has played a significant role in developing education, not just in our continent, but globally. He is the current executive director of Zizi Afrique Foundation. I'm talking about Dr. John Mugo. Dr. John has done a lot of research in things that will inform even what we are talking about today. Clap for him. He leads the Action for Life Skills and Values in East Africa. He was previously at Uwezo Learning Assessment in East Africa and has chaired the Department of Special Needs Education in Kenyatta University, has experience in also what it means to transition from one level of education to another and the challenges thereabout. Should I continue, Daktari?
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, colleagues. Emmanuel apologized for inviting us late, but I want to tell you that when I received that invitation, I must have been among the first people to confirm, because I confirmed immediately. And I asked my office, my calendar was full, to remove everything else, because this is such a timely thing. And I came so that I may congratulate you and Usawa Agenda, because we launched the first Uwezo report in April 2010. And this is the first time we have extracted a gender report. Yet we had all the disaggregation there, but this is the first time we are having a gender report out of the national assessment report. I felt I need to come and celebrate this, because for me it is such an important thing. I was brought up by a mother who was pulled out of school, and she always told us how that day when her father went for her from grade 1 and pulled her out and took her home, and she went crying all the way, because if she had gone through education, she would become a prostitute. That's what the father had been told. And her beef and her father, I was a witness to it. The father asked her when he was, I think, around 80-something years old, that she forgives him, and she forgave him. But she used to say she was Wangari Maathai's contemporary. I think Wangari was 2 years older than her. And she used to tell the father, had you educated me, I would now be speaking alongside Wangari Maathai. And so that's the woman that brought me up. And she used to say, I have 4 brothers and 4 sisters, and I have an equal number of sons and daughters. So this gives me a lot of legitimacy to speak about this topic around gender. But allow me not to go on and on, but mention just 3 things that Zizi Afrique Foundation, which is an offshoot of Usawa Agenda, because we came out of Uwezo. To continue with that question, are our children learning now to be also part of solutions, not just to raise a problem, but to also seek solutions. And our posture now as an organization is to create space so that all of us can participate. And so the launching of this report for me and for Zizi Afrique, I see 3 possibilities that I welcome you all to see how we can participate in it. One, we had Purity here speaking from the National Gender and Equality Commission. And we received a request that there's a lot of piecemeal evidence being produced by, all the sectors across, and the narrative is not coming together of what are the issues. What are these norms that need to be challenged? Where is the evidence lacking? So that we come together and we establish a national gender research agenda, which is not sectoral. Of course, we are clear that our space is education, but there would be other people from health, other people from other things, so that our story can be whole. And the universities, when we are having gender research, they have a point to refer to, where all this evidence is coming together, knowledge gaps are being identified systematically, but also the National Gender and Equality Commission is systematically synthesizing this evidence that is emerging and pushing that to policy. When they write memos, then these memos are informed by evidence. So this is not space for Zizi Afrique. Usawa Agenda is leading us to the National Gender and Equality Commission. And if you are here and you're a gender researcher, I see Professor Mandela here and others, Dr. Likoye, and our teacher, Professor Orotho. If you are here and you're a gender researcher, we have Salome, I saw her here, a Purity's colleague. We have Dr. Chepkemoi, we have Carol Onsomu. Those three ladies, please give your name, so that we have this time when we will sit together, look at all the evidence that exists around gender and the questions that are unanswered, and use those questions to craft a national research agenda for the country. And then the National Gender Commission will see how to coordinate us. Maybe we'll have a National Gender Research Committee that now systematizes this in, and then we want to go for government money to fund this. So State Department, Bwana Jotham will come to you, so that together we work to the National Research Fund, and we tell them to fund this agenda also, among other funders. The second thing, mathematics and sciences is emerging. And you've seen, if you look at KCSE data, and you look at mathematics, physics, chemistry, you'll see how inequalities are pronounced. Yet, the problem with mathematics starts at the foundation. And if you look at Usawa Agenda's data on numeracy, you will see. So these gendered inequalities in numeracy, we have to do something about it. So Zizi Afrique is in conversation with Semastia, the Center for Mathematics and STEM, so that again we open space for everyone. Can we start addressing some of these rooted issues that are leading to gender inequalities in this subject from the foundation? And we address this problem from the beginning. So again, if you have an interest or you are doing work that is around numeracy, kindly see us, so that again we work together to government and we see how to address some of these inequalities and very persistent problems. But we will not be able to do this as an organization calling on government and asking others to do things when we, as an organization, are not becoming gender transformative. So we have taken this challenge, and we believe that if you are here representing an institution, whether the National Parents Association, whether Kenyatta University, our alma mater, whether everyone else, let us aspire to also bring this transformation to ourselves first, from the family level, individual level, but also the institutions where we work. We do not have full clarity as Zizi Afrique what gender transformative posture looks like, but we want to learn and become that. And we welcome anyone, any other pupil of gender like ourselves to join us on this journey. We are glad Professor Mandela is here. She developed with us a tool that we use to assess our organization, to audit on those maybe deep-rooted norms in the organization, deep-rooted practices, that now we can have strategies to counter. Because unless if a civil society, we address this in our organizations, we will lack legitimacy to even ask government to do anything. So these are the three things and the three spaces that I thought I am taking myself as a challenge, but also welcoming everyone else that has interest in this. But again, congratulations to Usawa Agenda on this very, very, I think, exciting launch of a gender report. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's appreciate Daktari for the wonderful remarks. Asante sana, Daktari. I'm trying to push this program a bit faster. So allow me invite the representative of the parents in the room, somebody who has been very vocal on concerns of parents, and today is going to share with us the voice of parents on this discussion as well. I'm talking about Silas Obuhatsa David, the chairperson of the National Parents Association. He has done a lot of work in training people when it comes to school management committees, board of management, and also on the Association of Teachers and Parents, and he knows what it means just to link the parents to the schools. We really appreciate you coming. Please take the podium.
Let me just begin by repeating my name again. I'm Silas David Obuhatsa. As you've heard, I chair the Parents Association of Kenya. We found at the Renaissance Plaza, 13th floor, if you want to see us. Much has been said, and I don't want to take a lot of time again to repeat, because one thing is that Usawa Agenda has always done us proud. They have done good work. They have done more than enough, and they are still doing it. So, Dr. Manyasa and your team, we say congratulations on this kind of good work. I want to say this, that in an African kind of a proverb, we say that when you educate a boy, you are just educating only one person. But when you educate a girl, you are educating a family. So when there is gender biasness in the education sector that end up affecting the girls, then we are destroying families and only building individuals. We have to look at that. Somebody called Napoleon said that, give me an educated mother, or a mother who has education, and I will give you an educated nation. When a mother is fully equipped with education, then it's a whole country like Kenya that has gone through that system. Education is very important, and is a basic right for everybody. So when you find that there is discrimination against the girls or the female students, like you've heard about the teaching of computer at the secondary school, most boys' secondary schools are accessing computer skills, but the girls' schools, just a handful kind of number, are accessing that. Why should that happen? The Minister of Education is here. I wish TSO was here. They will answer these questions. That why don't we have teachers that can teach these skills across the board equally because of equity and quality education for all. Education promotes economic growth. For economy to grow, girls also need to have equal education like the boys. Ask yourself, why is it that Kenya has never had a female president? And you have people like Dr. Ruto here. Why have you never tried to come up and say, I want to be one? And compete with Dr. Manyasa and say, no, Dr. Manyasa, stay aside. This time, let me go. So that's it's very important. Education also develops human beings holistically, round. So if the girls are not well developed, this becomes a problem. You have heard from the research that children who come from homes where parents don't have education, they hardly go on well in their life. While those that come from homes where parents have education, they are teachers, they always perform. We should encourage those parents and their children who don't have education in those homes, that the children they have can be the best in future. Let them not copy or just go to perceptions and say that since my mother is not a teacher or was not a teacher, I don't want also to be a teacher. Have you ever discovered that if you go asking children in these primary schools, even right now, what would you want to be when you grow up? You hear them saying, I don't want to be a teacher. I can't want to be a teacher. I don't want. But you see, why are they saying they don't want to be teachers? Probably they have heard from their parents, maybe when they were going to school, saying, if I worked very hard in school, I would like to be a teacher. I went to a conference somewhere and found that nobody wanted to talk about a teacher. In a whole conference, they were just talking about mathematics, about physics, chemistry, biology, but you see, and yet there are those that can perform. So we have also to understand that education is a crucial kind of a tool that when one has it, it breaks the barriers of poverty. As I wind up, it's very important to have the girl child get education because it opens up their skills and knowledge in their whole life. That is very crucial. It also gives them power to speak and voice out their issues. We have to encourage the girl children to stand out among many and say, yes, we can. And yes, we can do it. Also education, as you look at it, if girls are given education, it makes them feel that they're valued. They have that confidence that somebody somewhere cares about us. But when we leave them to go and say the boys have to perform very well, that is an issue. Finally, as I said, education gives both boys and girls skills that we call critical thinking. They can think on their own and make wise decisions. So when we say we are equipping male students with scientific skills, including the computer skills, and leaving the girl child behind, then they feel that they are being left out, and therefore that mentality of not them being able to think critically and make wise decisions becomes a problem. Finally, I say this. The policies that are made within our education sector have to be revised to make sure that they favor all the students across the board. Females or males must be given the same opportunity to acquire the same education from the same classrooms, from the same schools, from the same area that has a friendly learning environment in this country. It was interesting for me to learn that any child who has a single disability may drop out of school. What is the cause? Children must acquire education, whether with or without disabilities. That's their right. So if you have 20%, you know, if you can get 20% of the population of Kenya children, you will find that these are millions of children that we are talking about. Is that good for them being out of school? No. No parent wants his or her child to be out of school. We are striving that direction. When you go finally on the boards of management, as I say again, I have always said, and I'll also use my example, National Parents Association has been chaired by 3 males. The first one was Msao Ndunda, he left. David Mayo came and took over, he left. Now Silas has come, has taken over now. He's heading the Parents Association. Don't we have strong women who can also contest against me and say, Silas, step down and give us this position? Do you have one who is ready? We can do elections tomorrow? Put up your hand. If you have that knowledge on how to go about with the school management, board training and all that. So we must encourage ourselves. Director, Dr. you are here. Professor Orodo, 2002 with the Professor Kombo on the science of data collecting. I remember I've been quoting you in my research, the University of Nairobi. If we all gave women that position to be also quoted in those researches, don't you think they'll be very happy? We are just always talking about Dr. Orodo here, Professor Orodo here. We are not talking about another professor, a female professor here. Who is another female professor here? Because Professor Orodo has not given time to that lady to become a professor. He wants to be mentioned every day alone. Thank you, my professor. So with all said, we want also to support parents. We have parental empowerment and engagement under which we do what we call positive parenting. If children are given positive parenting from the day of birth or from the day of conception, you begin parenting your child from the tumbo, the stomach as you go on. The child will grow up knowing that that's the what? Direction. So mothers, you have also duty to play. Yes, when you conceive your children, begin now training them in a positive way, making sure that they will come and stand out among many to say, we are the best. May God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Let's continue to appreciate him. He has said parenting inaanza wapi? Kwa tumbo. Parenting inaanza kwa tumbo. So, parents, take up that challenge. Gender equality begins at home. Sindio? It's actually the parents who make a decision when there are limited financial resources. They decide tupeleke kijana ama huyu ataolewa, wacha tupeleke huyu. You see, those kind of nitty-gritties, those small decisions that we make in our living rooms, those are the ones that lead us to where we are today. So, parents, wazazi wameongea. I like the challenge you've given the parents this morning. So, I want us to give the floor to one gentleman who is an experienced educationist, a research expert, who has done a PhD in education, focusing on educational management and policy studies, has sunk deep into this area. He's currently serving as a senior editor at the Jomo Kenyatta Foundation. I'm talking about Dr. Justus Barasa Maende, if he is with us. Yes, let's appreciate him. Let's appreciate him as he takes the floor, just to also share with us his brief remarks. Asante, Daktari.
Okay, thank you. I'm wondering where she got those details. Thank you very much. As you've heard, my name is Justus Barasa Maende from the Jomo Kenyatta Foundation. Now, I want to congratulate Usawa Agenda for the nice report. One thing that I've realized from the report, as a researcher also, is that it's very brief but very detailed. It has a lot of information but very small. You may look at the booklet and think, now, what were they doing? But when you go inside, you get a lot of information. And one thing, someone asked here, what is that one thing that shocked you? One thing that shocked me is that 85.3% of boys' schools had medical personnel, and only 55.6% of girls' schools had medical personnel. I almost doubted that. And that has always hit my mind. Who requires more medical attention in terms of the students? Is it the girls or the boys? Both. But the word more is comparative. Okay, so who requires more? I think it's girls. Because at the Jomo Kenyatta Foundation, we offer scholarships to students in secondary schools. We are on transition because, as per the Presidential Working Party report, we are supposed to cover the whole basic education in terms of scholarships and bursaries. Now, if you look at the report, about 42% of students get between 3,000 and 5,000. And I believe these ones are in day schools, which are basically mixed schools with limited resources, educational resources. Unfortunately, these are schools that hold about 60% of the students in Kenya, the mixed schools. And when the report is comparing performance, if you visit those schools, you will be shocked what goes on there. So, they don't have resources. This medical issue shocked me. Then it means it may even be the reason why some girls are not performing well, because if medical attention, already we are biased in terms of medical attention in schools, then that is dangerous. Now, in our scholarship administration, we usually advertise, the students apply. Like 2024, this year we had 99,150 applicants. Now, out of that, we picked 14,000. That is across the country. We have allocation per sub-county based on the candidature, KCP candidature. And we provide scholarships in terms of 55% goes to girls, 45% goes to boys because of affirmative action. Now, of course, there is also consideration for learners, special needs learners, and for them, the affirmative action we offer is on performance cutoff. We take them below the 280, which is the cutoff, 280 marks in KCPE. But for those with the disability, we waive that particular aspect because of the challenges they face. Now, we have currently, this year, around 21 students who have dropped out already. There are those that we have worked with the Ministry of Interior officials, especially the chiefs, to return them to school. There are those that we are still following up. We also provide scholarship to refugees, and some of them, you find that they can visit South Sudan, for example, to meet their relatives, and now making them come back is a process. Now, out of the 21, unfortunately, it confirms some of these statistics. More girls are more than boys. Now, there are prevalent counties that have issues, and they are known. Counties like Kajiado, Narok, Elgeyo Marakwet, Isiolo, and others that have more of this, especially the female, the girls' issues, and some Meru, Homa Bay. So we have really gotten support from the chiefs and other education officials in the field who keep on following up these people and bring them back. We also have mentorship programs to ensure that we keep them in school. And at the same time, we do monitoring every term. I believe that this report and the findings that it has, it's not enough to talk and give declarations here. I think that there's need for an implementation framework, maybe by a team drawn from different parts of our society, government, civil society, and the rest, so that there can be deliberate decisions on what can be done. Because a class 6 or a grade 6 child who cannot read a grade 3 storybook, it's shocking. But now, the policy in education says there is no repeating a class. During my time, we used to repeat. So there must be interventions, catch-up programs, and other interventions to ensure that it's not just passing through school, but there's something you are getting from school. Because at the end of the day, even if girls will complete school and they cannot read a storybook, I don't know how that will help. So there's a need to visit the schools, find out what are the root causes, and ensure that any child that is in school is actually learning. I don't want to say much. I think up to that, I want to thank USAWA again, Agenda, for inviting my CEO, Mr. David Mwaniki, who told me to come and represent him here. I've enjoyed, and I believe he will keep on sending me so that I get more of this information. Being an educationist and a policy, education management and policy expert, this really interests me. I believe I will get a forum where I will share, and I'm sure that I will refer to this report. Thank you. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Dr. Barasa, for even that commitment that you're going to utilize this report. Asante sana. Thank you for your remarks. Let's appreciate him as he takes his seat once again. All right, so I'd like to invite one more speaker that we want to address us. He's a statistician at the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. He has participated in various surveys and research initiatives, both establishment and household-based. His name is Biuta Nyamongo Obura from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Let's appreciate him as he also comes to speak to us. Is he still with us? It's been a long session. Okay. Okay. All right, so I'd like to close it there. We appreciate, I believe, are we getting something? Are we getting somewhere? Are we feeling like we did something, with the launch of this report? And we are beginning to have ideas on how we can utilize it to change the narrative. If we are to have this sit down a time like this next year, how many will commit that we will be having a different conversation? Let me see more hands. Yeah? That we will not be talking about elevating access of girls in education, but we will be talking about the milestones that we have achieved, because the problem has been laid bare. We all agree we have a problem. So what do? The picture has been painted for us. So this next session is where you get your right of reply or your point of curiosity put across, the question that has been burning answered, and also a gap that you saw that you would feel to just share what you think could have been done different, or information that probably was not captured in the survey. We are going now to be getting into that question and answer session. And the nerve behind the report is USAWA, so I'm going to have to invite Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa, who will be responding to most of the questions, but this is going to be a coordinated session. So I want you to be feel free. We'll be taking a round of questions, and then we will be responding to those. Then we take another round, and then we respond to those. Hey, Doctor, it's going to be a long one for you. But that is why, you dedicated this day to just make sure that we undertake this very important task. So if you have a question, let's use this mic. You can ask.
Safina, I'm not scared because these are just friends. So
okay.
Thank you. My name is Likoe. I am a teacher. I want to first appreciate the efforts by USAWA Agenda. Many have been talking about Sorry for the false start, but I'm back as if I never left. I want, first of all, to congratulate USAWA Agenda for having taken this bold step to roll out a report like this, specifically addressing the gender issues in basic education, I have two issues to observe. One, I want to observe that while the gender problem in basic education has clearly been identified, and it's not that it is being identified today, it has been there, and certain efforts have gone into addressing it. I want to find fault with some of the approaches that we have actually taken in so addressing this particular problem, because the same way we have tried to address it is a way that has led us into marginalizing some or perpetuating the gender problem. For instance, there is already statistics here showing us that even other stakeholders like churches have more support for girls' education than the boys' education. When you go to the schools, you find teachers, or head teachers in this case, who have been entrusted with both boys and girls. But when a person comes, like a stakeholder comes with some support and says, I have a project exclusively for the girls, the head teacher will welcome them with both hands. Sorry to say that at some point I was involved in some study, and we went to a school that had those kinds of projects exclusively for girls, and we asked this head teacher, when you are now locking up these girls in a corner and giving them these sanitary towels and also advising them, because this is a developmental issue, where are the boys? She said, we normally send them to the field to play. But these boys also require that kind of support at that developmental moment. You can see how systematically the institutions can also exacerbate this kind of problem. When boys are doing better when they are alone and doing better than the boys that are in a mixed situation, one interpretation could be that the mixed schools in basically secondary, as we know them, are those that would attract students that are not well performing. But the other interpretation could be that perhaps in that mixed situation, there's more attention to the girls than it is to the boys. So what I'm trying to say is that there is need even to resocialize the leadership in educational institutions to break free from those traditional attitudes that exacerbate these gender issues. That's one issue. The other issue is on the learning outcomes. When we talk about learning outcomes, I would also wish that we also talk about the non-cognitive ones. You realize that because of the support that has gone to the girls and which is specific to the girls, the guys are now able to express themselves even more than the boys. They have their self-esteem restored more than the boys. I've been to those schools, and in one school, a female teacher reported to me that this morning a boy came to me crying, saying that this girl has approached me saying that she wants me to be her boyfriend. And it's a boy crying. Now, but closer to the statistics that have been presented here, when we see that girls start off very well, especially in terms of enrollment, but later on things don't go well, and that boys start poorly and they end up well, there is an issue here, which I don't want to identify, but let me sum it up. That for a long time, Usawa Agenda and even the earlier formations like Uwezo have asked the questions, are our children learning? I want to challenge any other stakeholder or encourage Usawa Agenda to go beyond and now start asking the questions, assuming they are learning, because at least we are not saying that nothing is happening. So we say they are learning, some learning is going on. What are our children learning? And how are they learning what they are learning? Because perhaps it's in the method or it's in the manner in which they learn what they are learning that those gaps develop and they fall through the cracks. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. His was more of an addition of what has been shared. Let's get one more question.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mandela. I want to congratulate Usawa Agenda for doing a great piece of work that is encouraging rich conversations around the gender agenda. When I came in, Carol was emphasizing a point on ICT in schools. And I noted in our report on page 10 that ICT equipment such as TV, radio, projectors are mainly in boys. They are mainly in boys' school as compared to what we find in girls' school. And I heard that even in terms of performance, the boys' school were doing better. I stand to be corrected when we know that ideally the children who are in a mixed gender school should even perform better than those in a single gender school, because they are learning to engage with their own gender and also with the opposite gender. So what came to my mind? When we are looking at a question such as this one, we may want to ask more why questions, yeah? That why whoever has brought this equipment to the boys' school, why did you choose to bring them here and not there, and such questions. But we cannot end there. I remember Dr. Sarah Ruto talking about the root causes. I remembered when I was a child in lower primary and my father had a radio. I don't know whether it was a wooden radio or something, and it was a crime for the children to touch on that radio, especially girls. The radio was for the head of the household. You could sit under a tree and listen. Even my mom had no business with the radio. And if someone had to be sent to bring that radio, then it was supposed to be a boy, because a girl will not know how to handle this special equipment. So thinking about root causes, yeah, we don't stop at what is happening in schools, that this school has equipment, this one doesn't have, but we have to go back home to the household and find out what is happening in regard to ICT equipment and what have you, because these are historical, deep-rooted things that still affect, they linger on and affect what we are seeing today.
Thank you.
And the ICT issue is even evident now in the workplace, where you will find female employees being uncomfortable around these gadgets. So addressing root causes, not just in the family, but also in the community. We have to ask questions. What is happening in that matatu when boys and girls have boarded and they are going home? Is the matatu tout being, aggressive, talking anyhow, violent, and the boy is getting a lesson that for you to be a man in the community, you have to harass people in here and there. We have to look at what is happening in the religious space, and we have to look lastly at what is happening with our publishers and authors, because what I've discovered is that we are saying today we have included both boys and girls in our textbooks, for example, but if you go deeper to look at what boys and girls are doing in those textbooks, you find loopholes that need to be addressed. They are both in the laboratory, an experiment is happening, but a boy is holding the equipment and a girl is watching. It's a literature book talking about animals such as lion and tigers being referred to as his, but when it is a squirrel, it becomes a she.
Thank you.
So, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I could go on
No,
and
I
on,
know.
but
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, any other person with a question? I'd like us to be very generous to our fellow attendees as well. Make your comment very brief. Just stick to one key comment. If it's a comment, if it's a question, make it very precise. Daktari.
I think for me is to Dr. Manyasa whether there's any comparison after you have done this assessment for years with the CBE, competence-based education, and the previous 844. We're having probably our last time to talk about 844. Is there any change so that we start evaluating our new curriculum? Also, my second question is, are these core competencies in CBC, though you didn't assess them, something that came out? You know, when you're conducting research, there are some unexpected discoveries. Something that came up that is good probably to be followed, something that could influence some of these gender issues that we are seeing now coming out from the real study.
All right, one last one, and then we'll take another round. Let's get that one.
Thank you. Is it on? It is. Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Manyasa and team, for this. I think we have been talking about this for so long, asking boys versus girls, but it's so good that we now have a report on gender. My name is Winnie from PAL Network. And some of the discussions pointed to the differences in different geographies. I wonder whether we have also an analysis on some of the pockets where these gender differences are more prevalent than others. And a question on some of or one of the items that is put here, looking at the sanitary towels provisions. I know, of course, it's expected that is presented to the children in public schools, but I wonder how often this is done, because of course a school term could be 2 months, 3 months, and the expectation is this is a monthly requirement. Is it that the schools present or give the children once, and of course during the other times they may miss school during that times? One of the things that I'm still thinking about in terms of the findings is what has been shown as the homes are not safe. Of course, the children will not be left to everywhere else. The expectation is that the home should be safe, and I wonder what should be done right from the parents and to the society and to all of us at large, because at the end of the day, children are expected to be in homes and not confined in the other spaces. So that was quite a finding that I thought we'll need to think about a little bit more as we look at the report. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Winnie, for that. I'd like to give Dr. a chance to respond to those concerns. Prepare for the next session. We'll be taking more questions. Dr. over to you.
I think many of them are comments. So for the comments, I'll just note them and appreciate the comments from Dr. Likoe, from Dr. Mandela. And the important question that Likoe raises on whether some of the responses that we are offering to the problem could be exacerbating the problem. That is always true when you are trying to respond to a situation, and it is up to us to interrogate the responses at some point and check whether they are solving the problem or they are making it worse, and then how do we iterate them to make sure that we get a solution that is actually a solution and not one that is part of the problem. And I think that iteration should be happening as we continue to look at the data and see a picture that is not what we desire, despite the interventions that we've been making. In terms of the point that Mandela raises around the root causes and going beyond what we see in the schools, what we see in the school is a collective activity that has been undertaken by government and other stakeholders. For a long time, people have said government, but you see the government contributes 54% of funding of education. 54%. Parents contribute 40%. And the other 6% is other actors, well-wishers, putting in resources. So we need to ask, when we have these resources amassed in certain schools and lacking in other schools, where does the responsibility lie of ensuring that these resources are equitably distributed in the schools? That is a question we have to ask. We have to ask the question around what are the norms in the homes and the norms in the school system that are hindering the agenda that we are on, which is to offer gender transformative education. And that is important to ask when you look at, for example, the leadership challenge that we have in the schools. It is very critical that we interrogate it, because if you have children in school, they are learning more than what is in the curriculum. Yeah? They are also learning by observing. So if, and we know that up to 70% of parents, especially at primary school, who attend school meetings are women. So the teachers are women, the parents coming to the school meetings are women, but the people making the decision are the few men present in the name of BOM members and school heads. What are we modeling for the children in that school? We are telling them that the place of the woman is subordinate to the place of the man. You can have all these women filling up the room in a meeting, but a few men will decide what happens at the end of that meeting. They learn. We are teaching boys, we are teaching girls that through the picture that we see. So it's important that we focus on how do we create the right role models for both boys and girls in the school system. Because it doesn't just become a challenge to the girls, it becomes a challenge to the boys who grow up in a system where they had never had a chance to take instructions from a lady, and they get into the work environment and their immediate boss is a woman, and they struggle to cope with that. And some of them find it hard to survive in the workspace because they have grown up in a system where all decisions were being made by men at school and at home. That is what they're used to. So they know that as men, if a woman gives them instructions, that woman is undermining them. Maybe she is not recognizing that they are men. Yeah. So it is important that the school system starts to model the right behavior for children in terms of what they see as they attend school, besides what they are actually taught in class. Because what you are taught in class is important. It is not the only important thing that you need to learn when you're growing up. To Dr. Nkinawi, the question around the comparison between how children are doing in the CBC and how they were doing in the old system that we had. There is marginal improvement, but we don't know whether we can attribute that to the change in the curriculum, or we can attribute that to the interventions that have been there to try and change the level of learning outcomes. Because we know there have been many interventions to try and improve basic literacy and numeracy. We don't know now the difference we see if it is from that. I hope that we'll have a moment when we have fully implemented CBC, because at the moment we are implementing iterations of that curriculum. We are not implementing the curriculum that was designed. I hope we find a way to get back to implementing the curriculum that was designed, and then we can be able to evaluate it at some point and see whether we need to make changes to it, or we need to make certain interventions to improve its alignment with our aspirations, because the education system needs to align with our national aspirations. Is there anything positive that came out of this study that we did? Of course, for us, seeing girls' enrollment has improved to a significant point is positive, because it answers the question of what do we do next? At least we have solved one of the problems we had initially, and so what do we do next? Because as we speak here, I am trying to raise money to refund some dowry to some guys in Marsabit. Two guys who had actually paid dowry for an 11 and 12-year-old. And so last year when we were conducting this survey, we went to that home, and the mzee was very candid with us. He told us
these two cannot go to school. And they asked him, so why can they go to school? And he said, because nimekula kitu ya watu. Yeah, he has been paid, so they were to get married when they turn 15. Yeah. And we spoke with this old man. He's not so old, but the vagaries of life in that place have made him look really old. And we spoke and we said, no, they can't. Because in this community here, you cannot renege on a promise. If you renege on a promise, your life is finished, because everything here is communal. Even access to water points is communal. So if people ostracize you, you are done. So eventually we took the man away from the home, because we were talking to him in front of the kids and the wife and the sister-in-law, because the brother died, so he's also taking care of his sister-in-law. So we took him away from home and we had a conversation. And he said, yeah, I think what you're saying is good, but what can I do? So we told him, okay, we will come and take those girls by force. And he said, if you take them by force, I have no problem. Because at least the society won't blame me for it. So we looked for a school. Early this year, we got a school. We got the county commissioner in Marsabit to give us a sub-county commissioner and police, and we went to take the girls away. So they're in school now. However, we realized that for the sake of this Mzee's peace, we need to find the dowry that had been paid and paid back to the people who had paid. So we're going to do that. There are challenges in the communities, yeah? Sometimes policy and practice are so different, because we make policy here in Nairobi sometimes. We assume it is applicable everywhere in Kenya, but Kenya is so diverse. There are places where the community is a government in itself. Yeah? You tell them there is a government saying, they ask you, what is that? Here, this is how we live. And if you deviate from that path, your life can be miserable. So we are working on that. Those are challenges that are real for our society, diversity within this society. So when we see girls in school, we are happy. It's a positive thing. We start to ask the next question, what are they doing in school? We also start to ask the question, what are they learning, as Likoe has asked, because they can also learn negative masculinities there. So that at the end of their graduation, they are back home and there is insignificant difference in their thinking between them and the one who didn't go to school. Because the school system was set up in a culture that did not teach them anything different than what they would have learned from their mothers and their grandmothers in the village. That is important for us. Winnie is asking whether we did analysis on the different geographies. Yes, we did. We have not put that in this report because we just finished launching 8 regional reports. This is actually the 11th report we have produced this year. We produced the first 2 national reports, one focusing on foundational literacy and numeracy, then we focused on the secondary schools, and then we produced the regional reports for the 8 regions in Kenya, the former provinces, and now we have this. In the regional reports, we have indicated differences up to the county level, because this data, the sample that we used was representative at the county level. So we have information that is disaggregated to the counties, especially on around the issues of teenage pregnancy, enrollment, learning outcomes. We have reports up to that. The report you will not find disaggregated that far is the risk of violation by children, because the reporting was slow, so we could not disaggregate that into tiny, to smaller levels. You know, degrees of freedom. Professor Rother will tell you. When you have a sample beyond a certain minimum, then it is not worthy being able to generalize. But we produced the national report because we wanted to indicate to people the risks that they take for granted. A lot of us assume if the child is in church, that child is safe.
Not necessarily. A lot of us assume that if the child is at home, the child is safe. Not necessarily. And we know always an enemy will attack you in the places where they know you are complacent. Yeah? Where they know your security consciousness is at the lowest because you are complacent. You think you are safe there. We just want parents to be aware of that fact, that children are not entirely safe at home. We also even believe this is underreported. The percentages we got are significantly underreported because especially when this happens in families, families are keen to cover up. So this is underreported. But we had to highlight it because it's important for the safety of children. And I thought that is important as well to raise it at this point because people have tended to assume that children are more insecure when they are in boarding schools. And now we see that the abuse is not as much in school as it is at home. Yeah. So important to take note. How often do the schools provide or distribute sanitary towels? We didn't ask this question. I think in the next round, which happens next year, we should ask, but we didn't ask. It will be important to know because there is also what we distribute for the cameras, and then we say we do, and there is what we do for real to meet the need that is there. So we need to check. It's an important question you raised. We need to check in the next round of assessments to just confirm whether we're actually providing this to meet the need, or we are providing only for the cameras and to record. I think I've answered the questions that were asked.
Yes,
I see some more hands.
Yes, you have. As I'm helped to pass the mic around, just one key unexpected discovery. Dr. Gina had indicated that you also tell us what are some of the unexpected discoveries while you were conducting this survey. So just one or two unexpected discoveries as we also get more questions.
I had missed that one out. Now we went across the country. One of the things that was unexpected, we actually didn't think existed, is that we found a whole 30-something% of principals of girls' schools are actually men. We actually thought that all girls' schools have female principals, but it's not the case. It is also not, it was also shocking that majority of the girls' schools actually have male chairpersons of their boards. And we're joking about with someone saying, so we have girls' schools in this country that can produce a chief justice, but they are not able to produce a chair of the board of their own school. And it was shocking to us to see that. But we also observed another trend, and I need to mention this about the age of the school. Remember this sample was given to us by KNBS, it was a random sample. Yeah? It was a random sample. So we did not select purposively which schools to go through. It was a random sample. So the fact that mixed schools are overrepresented is a reflection of their representation in the national population of schools. Also, the fact that boys' schools tended to be older in age is a reflection of the representation in the national population of schools. So the original schools that were established in Kenya were generally boys' schools. Girls' schools are recent. And that has implication on the level of establishment that the schools have gone through and the amount of investment that has been made in those schools, which has implication on how well children are able to perform when they are in those schools. And even the school cultures that have been established. One of the things that is very important in a school is to have a school culture. I remember an old man. He's retired, worked in, for this country, but he's retired now. And we were with him during one of the years when KCSE results were being released. And it showed that he went to Maseno School, and it showed that Maranda had actually outperformed Maseno. And he was visibly agitated. This is someone in his 70s now. Was visibly agitated. He said, what has happened? Because when Maseno would admit you in Form 1, the first thing that the principal will tell you as Form 1 was, this is Maseno School. This is not Maranda. If you can't fit in Maseno, we'll be happy to find you space in Maranda. So those cultures that schools establish are very important. And all the schools have established those cultures. They power investment in those schools, and they power performance of those schools. Most girls' schools are much younger. They don't have those cultures established. And that's a challenge.
Okay, thank you. We had a hand there. Just, yeah.
Okay, I think it's working. Thank you very much, the USAWA team, and congratulations as well. My name is Mary Chepkemoi from Zizi Afrique Foundation. I would like to follow up and maybe give a suggestion on the sanitary towels problem as well, just to ask and understand whether over time there has been, in terms of allocation of resources, did you try to find out what this means to schools, especially in terms of the purchases and also in terms of quality, which is something that I think is currently creeping up with girls. Of course, I see that there is really significant improvement of 81.7%, especially in public school. But also, does this translate to the quality of these towels? And also, interestingly, I see female-headed households in terms of percentage of boys are likely to be out of school leading as opposed to the male-headed households. And I think, again, from beliefs, I would say mothers would tend to lean so much on the boys. But then this report shows otherwise, that in female-headed households, this is not the case, and rather the male-headed, or rather the male-headed households are now supporting boys more. Would there be an explanation to this? And then lastly, just a comment on what Mwalimu Likoye talked about, the interventions and sometimes working against. And this one now is from Zizi Afrique Foundation, that we have the gender and education dialogues, that its purpose is really to create a gender, or rather a girls' education movement in Kenya. And so a call to the people in the house to really support this cause and also try and see what is already tested, bringing it together so that it leads to this gender transformative society. Thank you.
All right. As you pass that around, let's get one.
Okay. My name is Professor Odo from Kenyatta University, currently heading the research at the Women Economic Empowerment Hub. First, I want to start by congratulating USAWA. I think they have done a very good job. And the data is quite good, speaks a lot of sense. It has good results. My question now is, so what? What's the way forward? Because there are two pathways here. One is how to deal with the issues, because the issues are already now on the table. We have multi-stakeholders here, ministry, civil society, and so on. At what point can we now join hands with USAWA to see that some of these issues that have been raised are addressed and improved for the sake of the child? I don't want to say girl child, but I just say the child, because I think now they're both gender there. Two, in terms of gender access and security, data access and protection, Some of this data is very good. To what extent can other institutions use such data maybe now to deal with some of the problems? I'm saying this in the respect, say, at the hub, we have got themes. We have themes that deal with livelihood. We have themes that deal with skilling, mentorship, and lifelong learning. We have themes dealing with GBV and so on. So some of this data can inform other institutions, or said differently, can then USAWA also partner with some of these institutions, particularly our institution, and see how we can now deal with this data as a way forward. Thank you.
Spilled over, so I beg that we just one question and then we get 5, then we'll agree whether we extend this. Let's get that question from the gentleman.
Thank you so much. My name is Lawrence Otunga. I'm the national chairman of KUNOPET. Just a clarification, Daktari. If you look at page 4 of the report, actually from page 3 about the access to school, there is a graph on page 4 under access to school talking about household heads level of education. And whenever I see such a report, I always ask myself, what about early childhood education? So I'm not seeing early childhood well clarified on the report. I don't know whether it is classified under non-formal education, having in mind that there is proper legislation about the preschool sector. Maybe just a clarification, because I know after this, when I share this special report with my members, they will ask me, what about ECD? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Another question from the lady at the back. At the back there with pink.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Martha Mwango. I'm a lecturer at Kenya Institute of Special Education, here on behalf of our director, Dr. Kyogora. I want to congratulate you, SAWA Agenda, for this very informative report. And my attention is drawn to page 4, where we have the special needs people and people with disabilities. I can say that we are glad so far that at least 70% plus of the learners are in school, according to this report. And mine is just to urge you, going forward, maybe you can work with the KISE and other partners to also get the learning outcomes for these particular learners. Yes, they are in school, but what is actually happening? What outcomes are there for them? Thank you very much.
All right. That gentleman, kindly help me.
Thank you, Dr. Manyasa and the USAWA team for the incredible report. My name is Anyamwaro Eric, here representing Education Development Trust. Just to continue from where my sister has left it about special needs education, and to say that maybe for future, let's also explore the issue of the talented and gifted children. It will really be very interesting to pick up whether from the households or from the schools, and we see if there are any gender dynamics with that category of people. Then the other one in the ASALs, I don't know whether you explored the issue of Duksi Madrasa, the gender angles there, and how it affects either does it delay the age of going to school, or do some students drop off? And then the last one for me is an opportunity for the church-sponsored institutions, since they're the majority. The gaps identified here, they can actually pick up and start addressing them, like equipping the schools with ICT equipment. I see that as an opportunity for our church-sponsored schools, since they're the majority. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much. Dr. You can briefly respond to those concerns.
I had the last one.
I wanted to take 5 so that he also has an easy time. If we, yeah.
So let me try to answer these ones quickly, and then we get maybe the final round of questions. Dr. Chepkemei, we didn't ask around the issues of purchases. We didn't actually go into details on how the schools run the program on sanitary towels. We just wanted to know whether they provide or they don't. So it was because we had so many questions and we thought we would fatigue the school heads before they have answered all of them. However, I think it's an important point that you raise, and we need to find in the next survey round to collect data on that. The issue of female-headed households and more boys being out of school. In the national survey that we conducted, we learned that out of the children who are out of school, about 59% of them were out of school for lack of fees. That is what the household said. But about 13% of them were out of school because they didn't want to go to school. The children didn't want. I remember we were visited with some government officials who were keen on understanding where that 13% of children are in the country. Among those 13% are the boys in the female-headed households. In many of our cultures, boys still feel that once you have gone through circumcision, you are a big man, you take no instruction from a woman. So if the head of the household is a woman, you are still not taking instructions from her. And those are the kids who do not want to go to school. And that explains the huge percentage of boys in female-headed households not being in school. Not because the mothers are not able to pay for them to be in school, but because they have decided that they don't want to be in school. Which raises an important question around the policy of free and compulsory basic education. At what point in time do we get the Ministry of Interior involved to implement this policy? Because the Ministry of Education only starts to deal with a child who has come to school. When the child is still in the village, the Ministry of Education can do nothing about it. It's not within their jurisdiction. So at what point do we get the Ministry of Interior to play a role in the implementation of the free and compulsory basic education policy, to get those children who do not want to go to school to actually go to school? The questions by Professor Orotho, I think the last two around the data being available and partnership, those you want them to be in the way forward, and I actually already wrote the way forward down, and those are included, so I will comment on them at that point when looking at the way forward. Which also addresses the question that you raised initially, which is about, so what? We have looked at the report. Do we go home and celebrate that we have a report, or do we do something to find a solution to the problems that we have identified in the report? I think I would speak to that in the way forward. Thank you, Prof. Lawrence, around the early childhood, we did not put a lot of details of that in this report. However, we put a lot of details in the regional reports because we took the regional reports to include the county details, and we know that ECDs are devolved function, so that can be relevant to the counties. We have, for the whole country, we have 8 reports. They cover all the counties in the country, and we have more details on each of the counties. What we have seen, what we have put in this report is the fact that more children of ECD age are actually out of school, signaling late enrollment generally. That a lot of children who should be in ECD have not enrolled. But when we go to children who are supposed to be in primary, the percentage out of school is lower, meaning that for many of these children who have not enrolled at the right time in ECD, some are skipping ECD. We have the data on children who actually skipped ECD. They just went to grade 1. And then some are enrolling when they are past the age of 5, because we only classify the children age 4 to 5 as the right age for ECD according to policy, and then ages 6 upwards is supposed to be in primary. So that is where we did not want to bring. The one point that we missed, which I think we will visit in the next round of assessment, which we are doing next year, is the gender of ECD teachers. Now that is my mother tongue pronouncing itself. Professor Imbuga told us mother tongue does not interfere with foreign languages. Mother tongue is supreme. So it's okay. So in the next round, we want to zero in on the issue of the ECD teachers and their gender and the leadership of ECD centers. I think that will be important for your clients to understand, but also for parents and for the country to understand this gender distribution of teaching staff. Because we've seen that even in primary, the female teachers are more than men, but the moment you step in secondary, the men are now more. And if you go to university, that gap widens. So why is that? At ECD, they are almost all women. At primary school, there are more women than men. At secondary school, there are more men than women. And at university, there are almost men only. What is that? And how do we deal with it? To Martha, yes, the issue of assessing learners with special needs is something that has bothered us, but at the moment we lack capacity. And we have never wanted to go out there and do something that we do not have capacity to do well. So we haven't done it. We only take note of their schooling status. We also talk about the challenges that the schools face in supporting them and households, but we've never done the assessment. We are still trying to get resources. If we get resources that are sufficient to get everything that is needed to do that assessment, we'll definitely come to you because you have the expertise, we don't have it. We will come back to you, work together to see how we can get that done. It is the one thing that always bothers us, because we are supposed to be promoting education justice, but to the extent that we are not assessing learners with special needs, we have not achieved that objective. Especially, for example, children with hearing impairment and children with visual impairment. We do not have capacity at the moment to assess them. Eric, with the talented and gifted children, we haven't done this as well. And I'll own up, that is for lack of capacity at the moment. When we have capacity to do it, it is something that we'll be much happy to do. Issues of madrasas. This is controversial actually if you go to the northeastern part of Kenya. They believe that children who have gone through madrasas have learned much more than those who have gone to ECDE. And so if you go to that region, and if you look at the reports we have produced, you see that majority of the children who are supposed to be ECD going age are actually considered not in school because they are not enrolled in the formal system. But the community there believe that having them in madrasa is much better than having them in ECD centers. So that's how I told you Kenya is diverse, and in some places you tell them government policy, they ask you what is that. This is what works for us. So we will have to interact with that and see, is it true that the madrasa serves the role of ECD, or is it something that we need to keep talking to the communities there to try and change? Because also before we insist on changing, we need to know that the change we are recommending works better than what they have at the moment. The issue of sponsored schools, yes, majority of our schools are church-sponsored, but Kenya has a unique model of sponsored schools. In Kenya, we took over the schools that were sponsored, by and large. So the sponsors are struggling to find space in the management of schools. Unlike in Uganda, where the sponsored schools are now called government-assisted schools. They are not considered public schools. They are considered government-assisted, so that the power to run the school remains with the sponsors, but then government is funding learners who are attending there. So our model is not so much like the Ugandan one, does not give the sponsors so much say, but they still have some say, And we are still lobbying that they get some more say so that they can play a major role in the management of schools, but also importantly in populating the boards of management, because they can play a role there in making sure that it's improvement in gender balance in the boards of management. I think we can go to the next round.
Yes.
Unless I've left anyone's question. If I haven't, we can go to the next round.
I think you've captured that quite well. Thank you. We want to go to now what I call the final lap, because this is standing between us and lunch. Okay, we start there, and then I'll make sure I capture as much as possible.
My name is Dennis Nyakundi, a kidney giving. Daktari, congratulations again to Sawa Agenda. I mean, you make it look too easy, you know, carrying out these large-scale assessments, but it's actually not. I have been in this space, I know. So congratulations. I have two questions. One is, and I'm sorry if this has already been addressed, as you were assessing, you know, ICT in schools, if you also looked into digital skills from a gender perspective that could maybe point out to a gender divide. And then I'm asking that because you said, you know, some of the details are not for the camera, so maybe that data could be somewhere. And then the second one is that you have been researching on, you know, learning outcomes, assessing children for the last 10 plus years. And we see how much money, you know, government is putting in. Daktari, are things getting better? You know, yeah, what does the picture look like from where you stand? Thank you.
We get the next question. Pass the mic.
Thank you. I'll be quick. There are aspects where the report compares public versus private schools, urban versus rural. But I feel maybe in the future, we may need more of these comparisons because they give a clearer picture. Maybe we could even go to urban, rural, peri-urban, so that the social, the environmental factors can also play a role, and that will inform the interventions that can be taken. It's just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As we pass it on the other side, let me get, there was a question here.
Okay.
No? She's, okay.
So, well, thank you. My question was on the issues that are affecting women-headed households, or rather female-headed households, because it is quite a disparity to see that when it comes to enrollment in a female-headed household, it is quite challenging, while we can see that the odds of having a mother with a tertiary education are higher in ensuring that the kids are learning in school. So just to know, is it the cultural norms? What are these issues that may be affecting the households? And you know, we have seen the importance of education, having a mother who is educated. And my second question also was on the rural-urban disparities. We see that learning outcomes are better in the urban areas, while the rural areas have lower, they're lower in the rural areas. So, Dr. maybe we could just speak to that, especially when it comes to issues on gender. Thank you.
Okay. So, Dr. Manyasa, thank you very much for this report. My name is George Awala. I work with VSO, and I'm also here on behalf of the SDGs Kenya Forum, which is a platform of about 500 civil society organizations that are working to hold the government to account on its commitments around sustainable development goals. So we have a deep interest in SDG number 4. So maybe 2 questions and a recommendation, maybe as we go forward. So one is around the community support to learning. Is there something that you picked up around that support? And maybe it's linked to the question that was asked by the lady who spoke before me. Because learning doesn't just happen within the school environment. The community plays a very big role. So was there any difference whether that support came from a male or a female? And what would that look like if we wanted to do gender transformative education, linking with the community elements? And whether support from teacher aides or community volunteers or other people in community providing support to learners made a difference. And then the second question is around where should the investment go for this gender transformative education? Is it within the infrastructure in the schooling system? Is it the teacher that we need to support more? Is it governance and leadership of the schools and the learning institutions? Or should that investment be at the community level? Where do we get the most returns? Because that would be important in terms of prioritizing resources that are limited and using them effectively. And then lastly is something around public debt. Maybe it was not necessarily what you are looking at, but what I gather now is that a lot of money in countries like Kenya and other developing countries is used to pay foreign debt or public debt borrowed domestically. So what's the cost of that debt to education? And I think it would be nice to really do an analysis, maybe in future, about what does it cost us paying this debt instead of putting it into services. And there are models like in Finland where education is delivered in a very radical way. In Kenya, learners have to be in class maybe 10 hours in a day. So in Finland, they are there for 3 or 4 hours. Can we also think about such models that give freedom to learners and don't make them slaves to the education system? Thank you.
One last one, one final one. As you also just preparing to wind this down.
All right, mine is not a question. My name is Pauline, representing my dean, Professor Nancy Buka from the Aga Khan University, Graduate School of Media and Communications. Mine is not a question, it's a contribution towards the big concern on whether learning is really taking place. And it's a big concern. And what I would want to say is maybe we also need, for the stakeholders in the room who are in education management, maybe we need to also invest in our teachers beyond their teaching degrees and their teaching profession. The trend now is in learning engagements, active strategies, inclusive learning. So as we look at creating environments for the children to learn, let us also not forget what we can do to the teachers so that when the two meet, there can actually be learning taking place. That conversation also needs to come up on how we can empower the teachers more to make sure that there is learning engagements going on.
All right. Thank you so much for that addition to what we have been talking about. Dr. You can respond to this final lap of significant questions and also get to give us your key, so what do we do after here? What is the next step or the call to action that you'll challenge the stakeholders who attended this forum to really go home with?
Thank you. Allow me to respond from the last to the first in that order. So, Pauline, thank you for that comment. I think that there isn't adequate work happening to support teachers, and teachers are basically overwhelmed by some of the interventions coming because everyone thinks they know what a teacher should do. And so everyone comes and tells teachers, you must do this. And goes away and another comes and tells the teacher, you must do this other one. And goes away and another one says, you must do that other one. So teachers are overwhelmed, and many times they let you talk because you can please yourself. You come talk, please yourself, and then when you've left, they continue doing what they have been doing because now they do not know how long any intervention that comes will be there. They know everything is coming and going. So the only thing that remains is them. So they continue to make sure they remain there as everything comes and goes. That's a challenge we have, and we have to figure out what way can we reach teachers that will make teachers happy and willing to adapt to the changes that are coming in the education space. Because so far what we've done, I can confidently say has not worked, because we haven't seen the returns we hoped to see. To George, what do we mean by community support? We asked, this question was asked to the principals. And we asked, what are the challenges you're facing in supporting girls who get pregnant to come back to school? And many of them told us lack of community support. Why? Because it is the community that will hold the girl back, even if the school has opened the door. And basically what the return to school policy has done for Kenya is to open the doors of schools for girls who are pregnant to go back. Previously, girls would be tested in the first month after December when they return to school by schools to confirm if they are pregnant, and if they what is required does not come from that policy, it needs to come from the community. Because it is the community that will be able to fight stigma, it is the community that will be able to encourage parents who have daughters who got pregnant to take them back to school and take on the responsibility of babysitting for them as they go back to school. So that is the challenge that is there with that respect. Where should we invest? I am not sure investing in one place will deliver the returns. But if we have to apportion the investment, I think that most of it should go to the community. There is still a lot that needs to be done within the communities to get the community and the members and the household heads to change their mindsets. Unfortunately, this is one space where we find difficulties when you talk to our funders, and one of my funders is in this room. They think that putting money in the communities is difficult to be able to evaluate the benefits. And so they want something that you can create and say, this is what we are able to do. And there is a lot of now money going into, let us change the systems. Systems change. That is good. But for as long as this change is not community demanded, it will be there on paper, but not in practice. Why? Because as the honorable member of the Senate mentioned to us here, politicians are always optimizing a political support function. If there is no pressure from the community saying implement this policy, they will pass the policy and keep it here and present it in international conferences and say Kenya is doing very well, but they will not implement. They will only implement if there is desire from the communities that it be implemented. And for that desire to be created in the communities, we need investment in time, in engaging with those communities to make them understand that there is value in taking a girl to school, that there is value in contributing money, if you can, to build a laboratory in a school that does not have one. Because a lot of parents are taking children to school and that is enough. I did my part, I sent the child to school. That is not enough. We need to invest in those communities to make them appreciate their role as the primary educators, first of all, and to understand that actually they are the ones who should contribute, and they actually contribute a lot to education, but they need then to plan how they make that contribution. I think that it's important to invest in the communities, even as we also invest in school level interventions, because a lot of decisions happen at the school level. Public debt, yes, of course, public debt takes away resources from all other public services that we need offered. We did not do this analysis, so I don't want to comment on it with authority, but I am a trained economist. That is what I used to do when I was still teaching in the university. I taught development economics. When you do the analysis, you see that sinking into debt is always anti-progress because it's going to take resources away from important investments and public service provision. But we don't have data on that. To Dr. Tubey, female-headed households and why there are these challenges despite, now, there are several things here. If you look at the odds of children doing well when their mother has an education, that is scientifically proven beyond question with a lot of research that shows that is the case. When you come to a case where the female is the head of the household, in this country, it also overlaps with poverty, which in itself is a negative indicator for enrollment. It also overlaps with many other negative factors. It overlaps with the mother not having an education. It overlaps with poverty, both of which are negative. It also overlaps with power imbalance against the parent. One of the reasons, and this is one challenge that needs to be taken up, a parent is the most powerless human being in this country. Yeah? That you have a child, you pay school fees, you raise, you take to school, and once the child walks into the gate, they tell you don't even talk to that child. The child is now in school, so from here on you receive instructions from the school. The parent is so powerless. And many of these female-headed households where the level of education is also low, there is massive power imbalance against the parent. And children see that. If your children see you as powerless, they will also not take instructions from you within a certain age. Because there's a point where children get and they become very sympathetic, especially boys, they become very sympathetic to their mothers and they will do anything for the mother. But there's an age where they think if you are powerless, not even over them should you have power. Yeah? So that is the point where then they get out of school because first they think that you are not doing enough for them. Secondly, depending on where you are located, if you are in some of those conservative communities, then other children are taunting this child in school because the child is a child of a single mother. They are being taunted in school. That becomes a motivation to drop out of school when they are boys. And that can explain from where I sit how in female-headed households there are more boys out of school than girls. The rural-urban disparities, of course, rural-urban disparities have many factors influencing them. One, disparities in resources in the school, but more importantly, disparities in staffing. If you go to the heart of the rural areas, there are no teachers in those schools. No teacher wants to be there. Partly is because of government policy. Our government is paying a premium for being in an urban area to teachers that are employed by the Teacher Service Commission. If you are in a municipality, there is an allowance that you get. If you are in a city like in Nairobi, there is an allowance that you get. That is a premium that is encouraging teachers not to want to be in rural areas. Yeah, that is one. Two, government itself, actually because sometimes it does a lot of PR, it will deal with the schools that can easily be seen and ignore schools that cannot be seen. There's a time we went to Turkana and found a school that had one teacher. And this guy was teaching grade, that time it was class 1 up to 4 in one class and teaching class 5 to 8 in another class. So we asked which curriculum is this guy implementing? Yeah. He was the head and the only teacher. We came here and talked to Nancy, and initially she denied. We showed her the school registration number. She said, okay, it is a public school, I agree. So we asked her, how many teachers have you, as per your records, posted to this school? There was only one. And the law, the TSC Act says, if you set up a school, TSC is obligated to give you the head. Once they have given you the head, they have fulfilled their mandate as per the TSC Act. They promise you other teachers when they become available. And teachers never become available because this country has a shortage of teachers. So we have schools that don't have teachers, and majority of those are in rural areas where they're hidden. First, no one wants to go there, but second, government can afford to survive as if they are not there, without ruining its reputation. So that explains the challenges you see there. Dr. Barasa, we are unable to go to peri-urban because of the classification of enumeration areas by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. They give us this in blocks of rural urban. And so now, while we know some of those areas are peri-urban, we can't start to decide which one is now peri-urban. And that is the challenge we face in terms of expanding that classification on that. Dennis, did we assess about the digital skills? We only checked which teachers were trained on digital literacy by the government. We have not reported that here, but it's available, the statistics, and the statistics are way in favor of men beyond the women. Majority of the teachers trained in digital literacy by the government are men. We haven't put that in the report, which is also going to lead me shortly to the way forward. But before that, your question, are things getting better? Maybe yes, but at a pace that is so slow that if they continue at that pace, I can say certainly all of us in this room will leave this earth before we have reached where we want to go. If things continue changing at the pace they are changing. So we need to accelerate that positive change. We need to find a way to make things change faster in favor of what we all desire to see. If we can do that, yes, things are changing. Of course, there is always the temptation to go back to what we liked and what we knew, and refuse to accept to pursue the change that can be envisioned by most people. So those challenges are there. It is happening. It's not as straightforward. It's not a straight line, but the general direction is positive, only that it is so marginally positive that it will not get us to where we want to go in our lifetime if we don't accelerate it. What do we think is the way forward after here? I can summarize very briefly. First, by starting to respond to the questions by Professor. So actually, one of the things that we really look forward to is to create partnerships around the data that we have. And we will welcome anybody who is here, and particularly those people in the universities, because you have students who are studying for their masters, for their PhD. We have plenty of data, plenty. We have written 11 reports from this data. The data we still have that has not been reported could maybe write another 20 reports. We have plenty of data with so many dimensions to analyze. So we are looking forward to these partnerships to be able to utilize the data. Data collection is expensive. We receive donor funding to do this. We spend a lot of money to collect this data. One of the commitments that we make to our funders is that we are going to generate a public good. So this data is supposed to be publicly available for anyone who wants to mine it and to utilize it. The problem why we haven't posted it online right now is because of two things. One, is still going through validation by KNBS. We are one of the few civil society organizations in Kenya whose data is considered complementary to official statistics. So we are going through the process of validation by KNBS. After that, the data will be available. That is one. The second thing that we are doing is in compliance with the Data Protection Act. And we are registered as a data generator and data, what is the second one? We are data generators and data. We have 2 certificates, I know for sure. We are processor and we are generator. So one of the things that we have to do is to go through a process of complete anonymization of the data so as to protect every source from which this data came. To make sure that no one can sit down and be able to trace a response to a particular school or to a particular household. And especially school data, because households we had 38,000 plus, it is much harder to trace that. Schools we had 1,000 something. If someone sits down carefully with a tooth comb and knowing that we have distribution across counties and goes to one county and zeroes down to a particular, they can actually drill it to a school. And that will be violation of the Data Protection Act. So we're still going through the process of anonymization. When that is complete, again, we'll make the data available. It is our hope, actually, that that will be within the next 1 or 2 months, so that the data is available for use. So the process of data anonymization is ongoing. Validation, I am certain that that will be completed before the end of this month, but the anonymization might take a little longer so that we can make the data available. The next thing that we are going to do is to write 2 policy briefs from this particular report. We are writing in total 4 policy briefs, but 2 are going to come from this report. One of them is going to be focused on school leadership, and another is focused on school safety. Because we think school safety is a very important thing right now in the country. And alongside the school safety issues, we're going to be actually just insisting that the government implements the Basic Education Act in full. The Basic Education Act gives the parent responsibility for nutrition, for accommodation, for discipline, and for fundraising in schools. But you can ask the chair of the parents is here. He will tell you that he cannot access accommodation facilities in schools. Even if he went there, he will be told, go back to the ministry and bring a letter. Yeah? And then parents, even when they're invited to school on an AGM, they are only told that we need to buy this school bus, we need to do that other thing, so you're going to contribute money. They are never allowed to check 2 things, the kitchen and the dormitories. When we went across the country, we collected pictures of dormitories that are clearly death traps. Because all that is needed for children in those dormitories to die is for a child who sleepwalks to shout fire while in sleep. And the children will trample each other to death, because there's no space to escape. So we're going to do a policy brief on school safety that will look at what we have in the data and what the laws are saying. And of course, even the issue of school leadership and management, we have our constitution that talks about the 2/3 gender rule. And yet what we are seeing, in some of the counties in this country, there is not a single school that has a woman at the chair of the board of management. In some of them, especially those in northern Kenya, we have counties with 0 representation of women as chairs of boards of management. So we're going to do a policy brief around that. Once we are done with these policy briefs, which hopefully will be done by the end of October or by the end of November, we're going to organize policy roundtables. And we will be sending out invitations to you to talk to policymakers, but also to talk amongst ourselves and ask, we have this brief, how do we translate it into something implementable? Because a policy is just one thing. What is most important is practice, and practice will depend on first of all, how acceptable the policy is, and secondly, how much is available to resource its implementation. So we will be holding policy roundtables around the policy briefs to make it possible for us to discuss. As I mentioned, we'll be making the data available. When we make the data available, I'm hoping that you have all signed the forms and left us your email address. Many of you, we have your contacts already, but there may be a few for whom we don't have. Please leave contacts, email contacts. Once the data is available, put it on our website and we'll share a link so that you can use that data. It is in our policy requirements that the data be available for non-profit use, not for profit, because we were funded by some other taxpayers to come and produce a public good. We don't want to monetize that public good once it has been funded by a non-profit already. So make it available. We hope that we can build alliances around that. We hope that you can send us graduate students who are looking at that data and who need to be supported. Carol is here. Carol is a data guru. And she will be willing to support some of those people who have queries on the data. Once you can access it, she will be able to tell you how you can access, how you can interpret certain variables if you have challenges, and if you have any specific questions on the data, she will be able to answer them and help. We're actually hoping that we will share these findings in more bilateral, so we're looking forward to engagement with you individually, but also further engagement with you on a multilateral stakeholder arrangement basis. This is how we think we'll proceed with this data. And as I've mentioned, we collect this data biannually. So the next round, this data was collected last year, the next round is being collected next year. So we'll try to make use of this one before we have the next data set, which should be in by August next year. I want to, at this point, hand over to our
Thank you so much, Daktari. Now,
gracious MC.
This one has to be heavy. 1 hour standing. Eh? Ebu, let's appreciate Daktari for what he has done. Make it better. He says he used to teach for 3 hours. So he is used to this, but that was those days, not today. Thank you for taking your time to just clarify on the emerging issues. And what has really interested me about that session is the fact that I've learned that we were all here and we are interested and we were paying attention because of those useful questions that you were asking. They were very valuable additions and there were recommendations that you also gave. And this tells us that actually we were all together in this room. So let's appreciate ourselves again. All right. Do you feel that we have achieved our objective with this event by a show of hands as we are just climaxing all this? I like that. So there's a form that probably is on your table somewhere. If you don't have it, you should pick it at the table over there. The team from Usawa should avail that. It's an evaluation form that will tell us how to better this event in future. So you get to fill it and give us your recommendations on how to make the future events better. And also you can tell us, just fill the table there on whether this report has captured the true state of the gender relations transformation in our basic education, and just your concerns on how you felt about the event. That you will do, and then that form, don't go with it. Please leave it on the table. The Usawa team will pick it, and they are going to compile your recommendations and use it to better future events. So quick. So what do we do from here? Daktari has highlighted and committed and told us what their next step is going to be. But I'll also just like to add a few things. These are basic from where we began. I'm taking us back there. Gender equality emanates from gender transformative education. So for me, GE equals GTE. So we cannot talk about gender equality without investing in gender transformative education. We have proved that based on the findings of the report. We have looked at the gaps. So how to do this? We will have to first of all ensure, because we have seen more girls enroll at the basic levels of education. So how do we ensure that the transition sustains these numbers? So as we live here, let that also be something that should challenge us, ensuring adequate transition of girls into senior levels of education, equal investment in infrastructure in schools, make sure the girls, they are not only in school, but they have the labs, they have the ICT equipment, they have what it takes to give them a competitive advantage. Let's talk about, if women can teach, why can't they lead? If they can teach, let's allow them to lead. And Dr. mentioned this should go up to even universities. How many vice chancellors do we have who are female? Anyone? Yeah? There are many, right? But could we do better than what we are doing right now? But I'm actually doubting whether there are as many as you're telling me. Yeah? That's a challenge for us. Let's get to look. But it's clear that when it comes to leadership positions in schools, women are taking a back seat. Let's see how we can be able to transform this narrative. There are so many things I believe that you have, even yourselves, that you're taking home. So it's a call to action for each and every one of us. Do that one thing that you feel is a pressing need, and let's have a narrative that is different. Come this time next year, right? All right. So as I bring this to a close, allow me appreciate two ladies who have been part and parcel of this throughout. And I'll be calling out somebody special who's going to give us the overall closing remarks. But these ladies stood out for me. Edith Koros. Edith is just next to me. So I was standing here. The two ladies were busy. Every speaker, they've been with this forum throughout. Allow me just appreciate. Clap for them. Edith Koros and Catherine Simalui. Catherine Simalui, they are the sign language interpreters, and they've been able to help us to reach out to an audience that probably would have been left out of this very important conversation. And of course, this is the moment you get to breathe in. Just breathe in. Breathe in again. Yeah, so do you feel the aroma in the room? No? Okay, do it again. Yeah? It's lunchtime. Yeah? So lunch will be served shortly, but just a quick one. It won't be on this other side where we had the breakfast. It's on the main entrance, this other side. So make sure that as we leave, network, have lunch, go with a full stomach, enjoy yourselves. Don't be in a hurry to leave. We have lunch that is going to be served shortly. And of course, now that you are happy that lunch is going to be served, I'm also happy that you gave me your time and attention to run you through this very important event. I was so delighted to do this from when it began to the end, because this event actually is a cocktail of two of my most passionate subjects as a journalist, that is education and gender, but I also do a lot when it comes to health and governance. My name once again is Safina Ching. I am a journalist, and I am happy to have been your MC for this event. Thank you so much. As you help me welcome, and this is where now you clap, you help me welcome Miss Esther Nyokabi. Esther is a program assistant at Usawa Agenda for the overall vote of thanks and a closing prayer and the official welcoming to the lunch. Utukaribishe lunch. Yeah, asante sana.
Here for the vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and our valued partners, on behalf of Usawa Agenda, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for joining us today at the launch of this Gender Report 2024 with the theme Gender Transformative Education through Evidence-Based Engagement. This moment marks a significant milestone in our collective efforts towards achieving gender equality, and your presence here reflects the importance of this cause. First and foremost, I would like to thank our chief guest in absentia, Honorable Peris Tobiko, Vice Chairperson of the Senate Education Committee, for gracing this occasion and offering such inspiring and thought-provoking remarks. We also wish to recognize our distinguished speakers, Dr. Purity Ngina, CEO, National Gender and Equality Commission, and Dr. Sarah Ruto, Echidna Giving, Dr. John Mugo, Zizi Afrique Foundation, Mr. Jotham Kamau, Deputy Director, Gender State Departments of Gender Affirmative Action, who also represented the PS. We'll also wish to appreciate Dr. Peter Kirika, Director of Education, and also Mr. Nicholas Moasia, National Executive Secretary, KCCB, and also Dr. Barasa Maende, Jomo Kenyatta Foundation. Thank you for sharing your expertise and perspectives. The insights you've provided today have brought this report to life and help us understanding its findings and the path toward forward in our work together in gender equity. I would also wish to express our gratitude, deep appreciation to our funders, Wellspring Philanthropic Fund, Echidna Giving, and Imaginable Futures for your unwavering support throughout this journey. A special thanks goes to Usawa Secretariat, all those who work tirelessly behind the scenes to put this together, this comprehensive report. Your hard work, commitment, and attention to detail have resulted in a document that will serve a valuable tool in shaping policy and action in gender issues. I wish also to give a special thanks to all the SAGAs, KICD, KISE, the teacher unions represented here, KEPSHA, KUNOPET, NPA. I would like to recognize Mr. Silas Obuhasa, Chairman NPA, and also the universities present here, represented: Technical University of Kenya, University of Nairobi, Kenyatta University, Aga Khan University. All CSOs are represented here. We have PAL Network, VSO, we also have Zizi Afrique, not forgetting our sub-national partners who helped us in collecting this data, whom I've seen here. Lastly, I thank everyone for your participation today, whether you contributed as a speaker, a listener, a supporter. Your engagement strengthens our collective resolve to work toward a more equal and just society. I would say the work doesn't stop here. Let us continue this conversation and take forward the recommendations of this report into meaningful action. Once again, I thank our MC. Thank you for running the program smoothly. Our online followers who have been following us, we thank you very much. Our sign interpreters, thank you very much. Thank you once again. We look forward to working together to create a future where gender equality is not a goal, but a reality. Safe travels, and thank you very much for joining us this afternoon, this morning, from morning to this afternoon. As we go for lunch, there is an exit over there where we were received. There is a place where we will get our lunch. I think it is an open place. So you'll just walk out and you will find our ladies who will direct you to where you'll have your lunch. Enjoy your lunch, and thank you very much. We hope to see you another time when we hold such an event. Thank you very much.
I know I was not supposed to speak, but just a quick reminder, those who are interested in registering for the research agenda that was mentioned by Dr. Mugo from Zizi Afrique. You can see that lady was, yeah. So you can interact with her and she can tell you more about how you can go about that. But thank you so much. Si tuende tukule sasa. Asanteni sana.